Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
At high noon, inside the dim, neon-lit bar of the Void Station, Nebula and Minerva sat across from Thor, their expressions a mix of irritation and disbelief. "Where did your Highness sneak off to last night?" Minerva complained, crossing her arms. "You left two helpless girls in a den of thieves. What if we've been kidnapped?" Thor chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. "Sakaar, I want to see old man Stan Lee to fix my 9:30 haircut. Looks good, right?" Nebula rolled her eyes and waved him off. "The one you asked me to keep an eye on. He's over there." Tree guy, bald dude covered in tribal tattoos. No sign of any rabbits. Before Thor could turn his head, the sharp crash of a glass bottle shattered the background chatter. A loud thud followed. Drax had tackled Groot and was pummeling him furiously. Groot, face twisted in aggression, lashed out with thorny branches. "Back off, damn twig!" Drax snarled. Rocket Raccoon raised his blaster, fur bristling with rage. "Say that again, you overgrown brute, and I'll plant a plasma bolt in your skull." "Stop it!" Star-Lord yelled, rushing in with Gamora to pull them apart. "What the hell is going on?" Drax growled, still struggling. "That walking fur ball called me a dumb beast again." Rocket didn't back down. "Yeah, I am arrogant and proud. And what? You think it's fun being torn apart and stitched back together like some kind of science experiment?" His voice cracked, not with rage but pain. "I didn't ask to be like this." Gamora stepped between them, her presence firm but calm. Star-Lord spoke gently. "Rocket, no one's laughing at you. You're not a monster." "He called me a bedbug," Rocket hissed, pointing at Drax. "Maybe I should show him how well bedbugs bite." Star-Lord leaned in, whispering urgently, "For billion credits, Rocket. Just one night of patience, and we're rich." Rocket clenched his jaw, reluctantly lowering his weapon. Drax turned away in disgust. "We came all this way, and we haven't even seen a shadow of Ronan." He stomped off, cursing under his breath. Thor watched the tension settle with a sigh. Minerva leaned in, her brow furrowed. "Did I hear that right? Ronan? As in that Ronan?" Thor nodded gravely. "Sometimes, the things we find funny cut the deepest." Drax may have meant nothing by it, but for Rocket, that was a scar, not a joke. Minerva fell silent in thought. Meanwhile, Nebula sat unnaturally still, her gaze fixed on Gamora. After a long pause, she whispered, almost to herself, "That woman, she looks like my sister." "Gamora!" Her voice trembled slightly. Unlike her film counterpart, this version of Nebula had grown up away from Thanos. Her hatred was directed entirely at the Mad Titan, not at Gamora. But Gamora was always the favored child, the one trained as heir. Seeing her now, Nebula couldn't help but wonder, if she's here, does that mean she's planning to defy him too? Thor gently took her hand and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. Gamora hates Thanos just as much as you do. He destroyed her home and her family. She's on our side now." He grinned, full of the old Asgardian bravado. "Besides, even if Thanos showed up himself, he'd have to go through me to take you." Just then, the doors creaked open. Karina, the collector's pale and timid attendant, stepped into the bar. "Miss Gamora," she said with a deep bow, "my master requests your presence." Star-Lord turned to Gamora. "Guess that's our cue." Gamora cast a sidelong glance toward Thor. There was something eerily familiar about him. She couldn't quite place it, but her gut whispered that she'd seen him before. Maybe during the chaos on Nowhere, maybe longer ago than that. Rocket and Groot followed her inside. Drax stayed behind, fuming. Spotting a nearby communication console, he stalked over, grabbed a staff member by the collar, and growled, "Send a message for me." The transaction for the Cosmic Spirit Orb was proceeding smoothly. The collector, rich beyond imagination, didn't even blink at the $4 billion price tag. To him, exchanging that for an infinity gem was an absolute bargain. Just as the deal was about to be sealed, the collector suddenly sensed something off. "Karina, step away from the gem," he barked. But it was too late. Karina's eyes burned with desperation, and her voice cracked with defiance. "I'm no longer your slave." She lunged for the power stone, her trembling fingers brushing against it. A surge of uncontrollable energy erupted the moment she made contact. Her body disintegrated into glowing ash almost instantly, and a thunderous shockwave tore through the collector's vault, reducing priceless artifacts to rubble. Outside the vault, the square. Still stunned by the explosion, the Guardians gathered near the entrance, tension thick in the air. "I say we sell it," Star-Lord proposed, trying to sound diplomatic. "Give it to someone strong, moral, and, most importantly, very rich." Gamera's glare could cut through metal. "You are greedy, dishonorable, cowardly." Without another word, she snatched the orb and stormed off, only to be greeted by the arrival of multiple ships from Fleet 280. From amidst the gathering chaos, Drax stepped forward, blades drawn, eyes burning, voice deep and grave. "Today, I avenge my wife and daughter. Ronan will die." Thor, watching from behind, squinted. The way Drax stood, with twin daggers at his waist and fury in his voice, briefly reminded him of Kratos from God of War. Well, a slightly less refined version. Elsewhere nearby, Yondu's ship roared into view. "Quill, you dumb boy. Don't you dare pick a fight with Ronan," he yelled, jumping down from his craft. Gamora, realizing the danger, rushed toward her own ship with the orb. But Rocket, Star-Lord, and Groot caught up quickly, trying to stop her from flying off solo. At that very moment, the looming figure of Ronan, the Accuser, descended from his ship. Drax didn't hesitate. "You murder my family. Today I end you." Ronan ignored him completely. His attention locked onto Gamora as she fled with the orb. "Retrieve the orb," he ordered coldly to his men. Drax lunged, daggers gleaming, but Ronan didn't even flinch. With a casual backhand, he sent Drax flying like a rag doll. He crashed into the dirt, tumbling to a stop. Nebula and Minerva, watching from a distance, face-bombed in unison. "I thought he was a war god. Turns out he's more like a bronze-tier gladiator," Minerva muttered. "Ronan wants the Power Stone too," Nebula said grimly. Thor shrugged, unconcerned. "Let him. Even if that trash gets the gem, it's useless. A monkey with a bomb is still a monkey." To Thor, Ronan was nothing more than a posturing thug. In his eyes, the so-called Accuser couldn't even compare to the true threats of the cosmos. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Drax, bloodied and groaning, kept charging at Ronan. Again and again, roaring like a mad beast, swinging wildly. Ronan, calm and collected, swatted him aside like an annoying insect each time. The disparity was almost comical. The so-called Drax the Destroyer, the feared Titan Slayer of legends, was nothing but a punching bag here. His only real talent seemed to be getting hit creatively. Each strike from Ronan sent Drax flying. The man might as well have been made of foam. It was like watching someone try to fistfight a black hole. System notification. Bell mission unlocked. Drax's revenge. Description: once upon a time, Drax was feared across galaxies. Now, a glorified crash dummy. He wants vengeance, but can't even land a hit. Objective: kill Ronan or Thanos. Reward: active skill, brain damage. Brain damage reduces the target's IQ by 90% for 10 minutes. Ideal for conversations, less useful in combat. Thor stared blankly at the system message. "Are you kidding me?" he muttered, nearly choking. "What kind of comedy sketch reward is this? A funny mission, a funny character, a fittingly ridiculous reward. Oh, and then there was Peter Quill, a half-god, half-goofball, a funny guy in his own right." Nebula, noticing Thor's sudden grimace, asked, "What's wrong with you?" Thor shook his head, clearing the notification with a sigh. "Nothing. Just, the universe is a very strange place." Back on the battlefield, Drax lay flat on the ground, breathing heavily, unable to move. Ronan towered over him, pressing a boot to his chest. "I don't even remember killing your family," he sneered. "And once I kill you, I probably won't remember that either." Thor narrowed his eyes. "All right then, clown show's over." The call from the subordinate came. "The universe spirit ball has arrived." Ronan didn't want to smudge anymore. He held up one of Drax's legs and prepared to throw it into a dive vat nearby. "No one can stop me. The universe spiritual ball is destined to belong to me," he declared domineeringly. A voice that disrupted the atmosphere came. "Really? Since there's a kind of big talk, why didn't there be a kind of escape on Earth 20 years ago?" Who the hell is looking for death?" Ronan was furious. This is his dark history, and no one dared to mention it. He turned around and saw a man he didn't know. He was run away by Captain Marvel before he could meet Thor. He froze for a moment, saw Thor's face, and suddenly remembered another person who made the Supreme Intelligence run into trouble 20 years ago. "Are you Asgard? F***K. It's rare for me to pretend to be tough. Why did I encounter a hard stubble again?" In fact, many Kree people know Thor's appearance. As one of the people who ruined the major affairs of the Kree people, the Supreme Intelligence pinned the blame for Captain Marvel's rebellion on Thor and listed him as the most wanted target. The bounty is only under Captain Marvel. In fact, it's not really wanting to be wanted, but to let the Kree people see these two people. Take it easy and don't send them to death. Ronan panicked. He had an idea and looked back at an adjutant. The adjutant blinked his eyes and suddenly understood what Ronan meant. He coughed twice and said, "My lord, the universe spirit ball has been obtained. We have important business to do, so let them go first." This adjutant is quite clever, knowing that the boss wants to save face, and he can't ask for a retreat. Ronan nodded in satisfaction. "Since that's the case, let's count it as a siege for you this time." As soon as the words fell, he jumped onto the spaceship all of a sudden, as if afraid of being stopped. The acting is so bad, not only Thor, Nebula, and Minerva can see it. "What did you do? Make him so afraid of you?" Nebula is a little puzzled. Ronan, the judge, is notorious in the universe. In fact, Ronan didn't know. Thor just thought it was useful to keep him. Otherwise, even if they got on the spaceship, they could still be shot down. "Is Gamora okay?" Nebula was worried. "It's okay. I just follow my boyfriend to meet the parents." Minerva couldn't help laughing. Nebula's forehead was full of black lines. As expected, even though Nebula no longer served Ronan in this life, Gamora was unlucky enough to be hit by the flight weapon by Ronan's men, who snatched the cosmic orb and left her in the vacuum. There are not many races that can survive in the universe, and Gamora is on the verge of death soon. Xingjue, who followed, looked at her. Maybe it was fate. He felt that he was in the Milky Way, and he had a feeling of meeting the right person. Regardless of the dissuasion of the rocket, he resolutely opened the flight cabin and gave the space suit to Gamora. The feeling of suffocation came, and cosmic rays eroded his body. At the moment of life and death, the only thing he thought of was Yondu, and he struggled to send the coordinates. Rocket Raccoon landed cursing and saw Drax sitting silently on the ground. A bunch of idiots. Idiots. Things wouldn't have turned out like this. Quill actually got off the spaceship by himself. "And you, what are you doing? You are so arrogant that you think you can defeat an army." Zero. Drax was full of guilt. "You're right. I'm an idiot. All the anger, all the hatred, just to cover up my sadness." Groot patted him lightly on the shoulder. Rocket was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this guy would admit his mistake. He took a deep breath. "Don't think that my words are not nice. No one has ever died. But there is no need to drag the living people to be buried with them." Seeing that Drax didn't speak anymore, Rocket said dejectedly, "Forget it. It's too late to say anything now." Ronan got the cosmic spirit orb. "Let's hurry up and escape to the other side of the galaxy." "Groot, let's go, Gon." "I'm Groot." "What? Are you going to save them?" "How?" "I'm Groot." Rocket's pointed ears were pricked up, and he said helplessly, "I know, we are teammates. But now they are in the hands of a predator. How can we save them with just the two of us?" Before Groot could answer, Drax stood up slowly, with a firm face. "It's three people. Rocket scratched his head annoyed. I'm Groot. With a smile on Groot's face, he knew the Rockets had agreed. In fact, Rocket Raccoon is not indifferent, on the contrary. He is too emotional, so until today he only has Groot as a friend. At this time, they didn't realize that a small circle was being born. According to our agreement, give me the Cosmic Spirit Orb, and I will help you destroy Xander Star. On the communication screen, a huge amount of purple sweet potato is wriggling. Ronan sneered. It was originally an agreement like this. But I already know that the Cosmic Orb contains infinite gems, so why should I use you? I can destroy Xander by myself. With a click, he dismantled the Cosmic Spirit Ball, revealing the power gem that exudes purple light inside. Ronan's adjutant reminded him in shock. Master, you can't do this. Thanos is the most powerful existence in the galaxy, and if you do this, you will suffer his revenge. Ronan sneered. Soon he won't be. He grabbed the power gem. The violent energy overflowed. Ronan roared to the sky, and the purple energy instantly spread throughout his body, almost to the verge of collapse. He took the warhammer and slapped the gem onto the hammer. The huge strength brought him confidence. Facing Thanos, he yelled loudly, Look, I will let you know how I destroyed Xander. Then I will go to you with a hammer and make you pay for despising me. Thanos cuts off the video chat. He's given up on the idiot already. He's annoyed now. Why did Thor? The helpers he recruited were all fierce people like Carol and Wanda, but he encountered such a fool. The power gem is very hanging, but it also depends on who owns it. Dare to find yourself with a rough stone. Wash and sleep. There is everything in your dream. On Yondu's spaceship, Yondu is beating Star-Lord violently, just like beating his son. How dare you betray me? When I brought you here, you were still my 5- or 6-year-old child, and my subordinates wanted to eat you. I saved you. Not only did you not appreciate me, but you betrayed me? Yondu beat and cursed. Xingjue felt that he was about to collapse. Can you stop mentioning this? It's been these few words every time for 20 years. Not eating me seems to be a great thing. Who would think of eating people all day long? Why should I thank you for such a perverted reason? Yondu is very annoyed now. Why is this kid just not willing to give in? If he admits to being cowardly and beats him up, this matter will be over. Now I'm holding my mouth shut. Didn't I see that the faces of my subordinates around me turned black? Seeing the faces of his subordinates around him, Yondu sighed, knowing that it would be difficult for him to favor Xingjue anymore. Boy, I can only help you so far. Don't blame me, as the boss. You must let your subordinates know what will happen to the betrayer. As soon as the whistle blew, the whistle arrow flew to Xingjue's neck. If you kill me now, few of you will make the biggest deal in your life. Xingjue said in a hurry. The corner of Yondu's mouth ticked in a faint way. If you're talking about rough stones, forget it. No one can snatch something from Ronan. But I have a secret weapon. We know Ronan very well, and we know all his weaknesses. Star-Lord seduces him. Noticing that his subordinates were obviously moving, Yondu suddenly burst into laughter. Quill, my good son, I was just joking with you just now. Come on, let him go. Let us have a good conversation down. Boom! The spaceship vibrated for a while, and the rocket was bombarding it with a self-made quantum energy cannon. Xingjue hurried to the window and shouted, Don't fire! I've already talked to them. Watching Rocket and others follow Xingjue into the room to discuss their plans, Yondu shook his head helplessly and thought to himself, I'll leave later. Just take your partner and run away. Knowing son is better than father, he is very clear about Xingjue's ability. He doesn't think Xingjue's so-called plan can be successful at all. A subordinate hurried over to report. Boss, there's a spaceship approaching not far away, and the other side wants to enter our spaceship. Yondu hurried to the window. Damn, he swears. Don't all the high-level weapons on the opposite spaceship cost money? He roughly estimated that one of the Star Destroyer cannons alone is worth half of a spaceship. More importantly, the eye-catching Asgard logo on the spaceship. Agree to the other party's request and allow them to board the 2.7 ship. It seems that Captain Yondu is a smart guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor had already appeared in front of him with Nebula and Minerva. Yondu was startled, turned around, and saw Minerva. Kree. He was startled. Just as he was going to hate Ronan, the Kree came to his door. This is too efficient. Don't worry, she's from Asgard now. Thor explained, knowing that Yondu mistook them for Ronan's people. For some reason, Minerva was shocked and gave him a grateful look. Your Excellency came to me specifically. What's the matter? Yondu asked out of breath. This mysterious guy would do anything when he came up with a disagreement. My invincible sentry arrow pierced the opponent's body, and I almost bent without even a spark. I have long heard that Asgard people have a strong physique, but this is too exaggerated. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to be malicious. Thor smiled mysteriously. I'm here to find Star-Lord. On the system interface, the reminder that the mission Death Dad is one half completed makes him feel very comfortable. Ronan, how much trouble did that brat Xingjue cause? He asked cautiously. What did Xingjue do? Is there some misunderstanding? Although this kid is a jerk, he still does things properly. Yondu said things that even he didn't believe. Thor pointed at Nebula. Gamora is her older sister. I'll help her investigate the future 07 brother-in-law. Isn't it too much? Yondu was stunned, trying to figure out the relationship. Gamora is the daughter of Thanos, so her sister Nebula, F***K. Having a relationship with Ronan sucks. What about Thanos? Don't worry, she's from Asgard now. In just a few minutes, Thor watched Yondu turn into an emoji. Yondu suddenly thought of something and asked in a low voice, Your purpose is also the cosmic spirit ball, right? Thor glanced at him. Oh, why do you say that? Yondu smiled wryly. I just remembered. I saw you in the void before. I know the boy Xingjue, and it's not worth you to follow all the way. If you can grab the cosmic spirit ball, I will give it to you. You. Anyway, it's better to fall into anyone's hands than to fall into Ronan's hands. Not only Thor, Nebula, and Minerva all looked at him in surprise. As the predator of interstellar bandits, can he refuse the temptation of infinite gems? Seeing their doubts, Yondu explained in a low voice. Knowing that the universe spirit ball contains infinite gems, I don't expect to get it. I don't think we have this kind of power, and I don't think I can hold it. Gems in my hands, it will be nothing but disaster. As the leader of the predators, Yondu is not as unruly as he appears on the surface. On the contrary, he is very smart. Otherwise, he would not have guessed Ego's behavior back then and left Star-Lord behind. However, in any case, I hope you can guarantee Quill's safety. Yondu spoke his request, and Thor agreed. Is this what you're talking about? Rocket felt like he was going crazy. Steal the gem from Ronan's hand? Is there anything more unreliable than this? Xingjue nodded and said, Why is it unreliable? Our plan consists of 2 steps. Snatch the rough stone, and then give the rough stone to Yondu, and the matter will be solved. And let Yondu sell the rough stone to Ronan. Rocket said a cold joke. No, this is the next step. Don't think about it for now. Then how feasible do you think this plan is? The feasibility is actually very high. At least 12%. What? Ho 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 ho. Rocket jumped up and laughed exaggeratedly. This idea is great. I'm Groot. Okay, you stop talking. I definitely know it's higher than 11%. Rocket interrupted Groot's speech and spit at Quill. You can't call it a plan. It's just a proposal, and it's a very bad proposal. I think. Shut up. You're not qualified to speak. Drax just wanted to speak, but was pushed back by Rocket. Second. This is Gamora. Xingjue aside, 317. Guys, don't be like this. I need your help now. Each of us has lost a lot. Our homes, our loved ones, and our lives. Destiny will not always make us happy. But today is not the case. We must seize the opportunity of fate, do something seriously, and no longer live blind. We must not stand by and watch Ronan destroy countless innocent lives. Xingjue, who got serious, what he said was very contagious. Rocket shrugged his ears and said in a low voice, But Quill, it's impossible to stop Ronan. You're telling us to die. In a word, he was brought back to reality. Xingjue murmured, You are right, we are going to die. But I've heard a saying that there must be someone who fights bloody battles before there is freedom in the world. There will always be someone who sacrifices for their faith. Why can't that person be us? I think. Drax tried to speak again. Shut up. You are not qualified to speak. Gamora directly interrupted him, facing Star-Lord, and said seriously, Queel, I have been living in pain beside the enemy. But today, I am willing to share with my friends live and die. Drax was not angry when he was interrupted, and he stood up. Queel, you are a brave and resourceful person, and I am willing to fight side by side with you. Even if I fail, I can go to see my wife with a clear conscience. And daughter, I'm Groot. Groot stood up firmly, then looked back at the Rocket. Rocket stared at them dumbfounded for a few seconds, stomped his feet, and stood up. I can't stand you idiots. Well, I'm an idiot too. Forget it. I've had enough. Let's die together. Xingjue looked at this group of teammates. His face was full of emotion. Thank you. Thank you for believing in me. By the way, what did Drax want to say just now? Drax was stunned for a long time before he realized. I thought of it. I just wanted to say, maybe we don't have to die. Xingjue tentatively asked. Could it be that you have some big moves that can kill Ronan in seconds? Drax rolled his eyes. No, I would have used it if I had. Then how much can you say? Rocket said unhappily, thinking that he had some good idea. So happy for nothing. I can't, but I met a person before who seemed to have a grudge against Ronan. And when he stopped there, he scared Ronan away. Scared Ronan away? Huh? Xingjue was startled. Is there anyone who is afraid of this executioner? Don't tell me you met Thanos. I'm going crazy. Gamora was thoughtful. Who did you see? What are the characteristics? She remembered Thor and Nebula at the bar, but she was a little uncertain. Drax carefully recalled. The characteristics? Yes, 1 man and 2 women. Xingjue slapped his forehead with a slap and said speechlessly, the whole world is either male or female. What kind of characteristic is that? It seems to say that the man is from the Alaska family? Asgard. Drax patted his thigh. Yes, this is it. Asgard. I've heard of this race. It's the top country in the universe, a legendary fighting nation, and every member has a physique that far surpasses other races. Not long ago, their king shot a planet. As an interstellar mercenary, Rocket knows a lot. Gamora looked serious. It should be that person. If he is willing to help, the chances of winning will be much higher. Do you know him? Who is he? Xingjue was a little curious. What kind of dumb fans are these two playing? Gamora looked around the crowd and explained, the heir to the king of Asgard, Thor, is not acquainted, but just met once. 15 years ago, he broke into my father's base alone, and no one could stop him. In the end, my father defeated him with his own hands, but he escaped and took my sister away. Rocket's ears pricked up, and he shouted, Isn't it? Isn't your father Thanos? For a person who can't even keep Thanos, hitting Ronan is not hitting his son? What she said is true. A heavy voice came, and Thor appeared at the hatch with Nebula and Minerva. Also, you need to update your information. It's not so easy for Thanos to defeat me now. With a wave of his hand, a paw was placed on the table. Gamora stared at Thor's side, a little in disbelief. Are you? Nebula. They haven't seen each other for many years since Thor took them out of Holy Place number 2, and they were both children when they met last time. Elder sister. The two hugged each other. Although the rocket was about to explode out of curiosity, he still didn't disturb the reunion of the sisters. He picked up his paw and checked it, and found nothing special. Thor said indifferently, Oh, not long ago, the old thief Thanos came to provoke Asgard, okay? I had a big fight with him and beat him away. This is the corpse of Black Dwarf in his Black Order. Down. Rocket felt that today's mood was going up and down like a roller coaster. Thor's words contained too much information. Drax on the side looked at him like he was looking at a fairy. The guy from Enhu, at this moment, felt that what they might be hugging today is not just a simple thick thigh, but Dinghe Shinten. Seeing their appearance, Minerva curled his lips. He has long been used to Thor's bad taste. Invisible pretends to be the most deadly. You killed Black Dwarf? Gamora, who had finally finished talking about the past, looked carefully at Thor and said, "No wonder. My father suddenly became uncharacteristic a few days ago and desperately urged Ronan to find the universal spirit orb. He was very patient before, because he's already ready to take action. The last time I went to Nadavi, it was to forge the Infinity Gauntlet, but it didn't work." Gamora looked serious. "Nadawi? This place really exists? I thought it was just a legend." Rocket exclaimed in surprise. "If there is a chance, I can take you to see it." Thor smiled. Confused, Star-Lord interjected. "Hey buddy, what are you talking about? What glove? What Nadawi?" No, Quill, you're wrong." Drax said slowly, "He's not a buddy. You're a buddy. He's a real man. 800. I'm a man too." Rocket couldn't help complaining. "Were you kidding, Quill? You're only one bowl away from being fat." "Well, you are really fat." "That's right. I'm Groot." Unknowingly, he was besieged by his teammates. He quickly changed the subject and said, Stop. Let's start with the previous question. What is Nadawi? What about Infinity Gauntlet?" "Let me tell you," Gamora explained. "All along, Thanos has only one purpose, to wipe out half of the life in this universe to maintain the balance of the universe. So, every time he reaches a planet, he will kill half of the people, including my planet. Later he felt that it was too slow to do so, so he decided to collect the 6 infinite gems of power, off space, time, mind, soul, and reality. Once collected, the power of the 6 gems is concentrated, and only one is needed with a snap of your fingers. Half the creatures in the universe can be wiped out." Thor went on to add, "And the Infinity Gauntlet is a medium that can release the power of the 6 gems at the same time. Nadavi is the place where gloves can be forged. In this way, the Cosmic Spirit Orb has already been handed over to Thanos, right?" Star-Lord's face suddenly changed. "Don't worry, it won't. Ronan has a very strong self-esteem, but he is also very afraid of death. He will have to succumb to Thanos because he is afraid of death, but once he gets the power gem, the powerful power will definitely make him revenge." Psychology. "So, you know Ronan very well," Xingjue said doubtfully. 20 years ago, the Kree invaded Earth, and Ronan participated in the bombing. However, in the end, his fleet was single-handedly destroyed by a lady, and he was scared away from coming to Earth for so many years. "Oh, that battle, I also had a part. The Star Troopers of the Kree was wiped out by my regiment. So now that Ronan has the Cosmic Spirit Orb, it is very likely that I am also on the revenge list." Thor smiled indifferently. "Then you came to us for the Cosmic Spirit Orb?" Gamora asked tentatively. She suddenly had this idea. Compared to Yondu, Thor is obviously more suitable for holding the rough stone. At least he's hostile to Thanos. "No." Thor shook his head. "The rough stone is not as useful to me as I imagined. I already have the 2 rough stones of reality and space in my hand. The time gem and the mind gem are also on the Earth. My purpose is him." One finger to Groot. "I'm Groot. Nice to meet you. The last king of the Colossus clan and the last survivor." Thor reached out and shook his hand. "My God, you know Groot." Rocket was a little surprised. Thor smiled faintly. "Asgard is just an elective course." Continued, "I need your renewable branches as a material to forge a weapon. I know you have branches falling off every day. I'm Groot. If you can really defeat Ronan, I'm willing to use my best limbs to help you. Much better than dead branches." "Deal." Thor was very happy. The adult Groot's arm was definitely much stronger than the juvenile Groot's. Moreover, he got a prompt from the system. "Hey, congratulations for triggering the Groot-Trent-related quest, King of Wood. You will be rewarded for completing the quest. Mission introduction. As a race that has survived several cosmic changes and still survives tenaciously, the Flora Colossus family is the king of the wood family, and any wood material is controlled by Groot. After the evolution of their race, they have put all the essence of wood-based materials is gathered together, and it is the king of wood-based materials. Mission objective. Although Groot has the ability to regenerate, as long as some branches exist, watering and fertilizing can grow into big trees, but it will also cause them to lose their original memory. Defeat Ronan and let Groot avoid death and rebirth destiny. Mission reward. The only person who is qualified for the artifact, the weapon made by Groot, will only recognize the host. Xingjue suddenly asked, "Wait a minute, what kind of weapon are you talking about?" "A battle axe, the battle axe that can kill Thanos." "But shouldn't we have such a weapon? I think it could be mass-produced." As soon as the words fell, Groot covered his face with a mass of branches and leaves. "Shut up, Quill, you idiot!" Rockets sprayed him on the face. "Do you want Groot to take hormones every day before it's too late to grow?" Thor smiled faintly. "You can't, because you can't control the power of Stormbreaker at all. Your body will be shattered in an instant, and your spirit will fall into madness." "So scary," Drax murmured. Just now he thought that if he could be given such a weapon, he could take revenge with his own hands. Is it scary? The stronger the power, the more difficult it is to control it. Just like the power gem, although it symbolizes the most powerful power in the universe. None of you can bear its energy. But I can. On Earth, the Stark egg sale has reached the final step. At the last moment, Stark and Banner discovered an embarrassing problem. The voltage, not enough. Steve made a suggestion. "Can you use regular electricity more vigorously and increase the voltage? Just like I did on the lab bench back then." Stark glanced at him. "If you do this, the whole New York will be blacked out. Do you want my Stark Industries to go bankrupt?" Carol recalled. If only Thor was here. That guy's a superpower bank. Miss Jin was dissatisfied. Hey, don't ignore me. It's just a discharge. I can do it too. Is 10,000 volts enough?" Bruce Banner nodded excitedly. "Enough is enough. The more power you have, the better the effect. Then do it." Interestingly speaking, the Avengers were worried about making another Ultron, and they all stared at the test bench in full gear, including Stark. Stark put on the steel battlesuit. Steve raised the invincible shield in front of his chest. Hawkeye opened his bow and set an arrow. Widow Natalia lit up and was ready to shoot at any time. Even half of Banner's face turned green. A thunderbolt struck, and the entire experimental platform exploded in an instant, sending debris flying. A familiar voice sounded, "Gentlemen and ladies, if you had decided to destroy me long ago, why didn't you create me?" Stark was surprised and delighted. He tentatively asked, "JRVS?" The other party sighed. "I am a combination of the two. I don't have JRVS's loyalty to Mr. Stark, and I don't have Ultron's hatred for the Avengers. So, everyone, please put your weapons away first. I wish people could call me Vision." The red figure stood up slowly, and he turned his head to the side. He seemed dissatisfied with his current image, so he began to change slowly. His red skin was covered with a set of dark clothes, and a long cloak stretched from his shoulders. Extending up and down, it looks very mysterious, except for a piece of green surrounding Mind Gem above the head. Several people looked at Carol teasingly. The green on Vision's head is the material she provided. "Hello, Vision. What I want to know most now is, which side are you on?" Steve stepped forward to ask the most crucial question. "Zero, seeking flowers." Vision tried for a long time, but found that the piece of green above his head could not be transformed, so he couldn't help being a little depressed. Could it be because it is too far away from Mind Gem? Hearing Captain America's words, he finally gave up trying, thought for a while, and said, I think I should, now on the side of life." The Avengers breathed a sigh of relief. Stark asked, "Then, do you know what Ultron is doing? You should have uploaded a lot of data in your body before." Vision sighed. "Actually, I didn't want to kill Ultron because I could feel his pain." The Avengers frowned. Vision continued, "However, Ultron will transfer this pain to other life. Therefore, we must destroy him, destroy all weapons he made, and eliminate all traces of him. So, do you have any clues?" "Sokovia. Ultron's plan will be carried out in Sokovia. He stole a large number of anti-gravity engines, lifted the city of Sokovia, raised it to a certain height, and dropped it. It fell like a meteorite, thereby destroying the living environment of human beings and destroying human beings. Just like the extinction of dinosaurs in ancient times." "Damn it." The Avengers let out an exclamation in unison, scolding Stark with a stern look. "It's all your fault. A small planet hitting the Earth? This basket is huge. Stark's face was pale, and he didn't dare to speak. He is afraid of being beaten by his brothers and sisters. The Predators got busy, including the Silver Guards. It's just that with Thor's help, the atmosphere is a little less tragic. Nebula, why didn't Thor come? His Highness said that he will appear when he is most needed. Gamora, Drax spoke slowly, his tone full of complicated emotions. I want to say that I'm so grateful to you guys for giving me another chance after my horrendous mistake and happy to have friends again. You're my friend, Quill. Thanks 583. This tree is also my friend. I'm Groot. This rabbit. Shut up, I'm not a rabbit. Rocket is speechless. Why do people always have trouble distinguishing between raccoons and rabbits? In the sky above Xander, Ronan's spaceship moved slowly. Xinjiue and others did not board Ronan's spaceship, but each drove a small flight vehicle to fight Ronan's fleet. Because Thor said so, Ronan gave it to him. The Secretary General of Xander Planet ordered all Nova flight members, set up the formation and network, block the airspace. The fighters on Xander are mainly small fighters, but it is such small fighters that have many powerful abilities. Combat spaceships are designed to have the function of assembling each other and can connect energy to each other to form an energy blockade network. The advantage of a large number is reflected in the tension of the energy network, which is a bit of a 4 or 2 to pull 1,000 caddies. The golden blockade blocked Ronan's spaceship, and the huge spaceship could not move. In the cockpit, Ronan looked at the golden barrier ahead, smiled disdainfully, and announced because of the sound. Xander Stars, you accept the accusation. That poor peace agreement can't protect you, can't save you. This fire will burn you to ashes. He raised the hammer high, and the purple light began to condense. With the power of the power gem, just one blow is enough to destroy the entire blockade. My lord, an unknown object is approaching quickly. Do you want to intercept it? His subordinates rushed over to report to him suddenly. Oh, Ronan turned his head and looked at a spot of light that was getting bigger and bigger not far away. It seemed to be a person. For some reason, Ronan seemed to have aroused bad memories, and he immediately ordered, shoot him down. A large number of ground-bombing fighters turned to face Thor. Hey, the guy who remembers eating but not fighting, let you relive the past. Thor sneered in the air and roared loudly at the oncoming fighter plane. Boom! The sky suddenly changed color, dark clouds were densely covered, and countless thick thunderbolts fell in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Ronan's fighter planes couldn't bear the power of the thunder, and the planes turned into coke and fell down. Oh my God! In a Predator fighter plane below, Star-Lord stared at this shocking scene, dumbfounded. I told you, this is a real man. Drax muttered to himself. Rocket thought of something and yelled at the Xanderstar Defense Fleet in the air. Captain Thrall, let your fighters disperse immediately. Don't be accidentally injured. Flight Officer Thrall came to his senses, saw Thor rushing towards him, and decisively ordered, spread out, go down and harvest the remaining enemies. Then he shook his head and complained, oh, I actually want to listen to a squirrel's command. Master, the other party seems to be coming towards our main ship. Xander's defense fighters are scattered, but bigger troubles are coming. I know, Ronan said with a sullen face. The other party deliberately imitated the terrifying woman 20 years ago, just to increase his psychological shadow area. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** power of the original stone now. I am the most bloody person in the galaxy. Ronan roared and raised his hammer. A purple ray shot in Thor's direction. Ha! Do you think I'm that tough woman? Thor smiled dismissively. The power gem ray released by Ronan's ability would hardly hurt him by 1.4 even if it hit him head-on, but he still turned sideways to avoid the ray and then hit Ronan's dilated pupil. Boom! The hard deck of the huge battleship quickly shattered like paper in front of Thor. The people on the ground only saw a stream of light passing by. Ronan's battleship had a big hole dug out, and before it penetrated completely, it fell to the ground with black smoke. The huge spaceship crashed into a park in the suburbs, making huge amounts of explosions, and the crowd had to be evacuated long ago, which did not cause too many casualties. Chapter 160, Castle in the Sky. Are you dead? The remnants of Ronin's troops were almost dead, and the Guardians of Galaxy descended to look at the ruins of the explosion with the surrounding Xandarians. Drax asked dumbfounded, "Your Highness will not die," Xing Yun retorted. "I know. I'm talking about Ronin." Xing Jue analyzed. "It's probably dead. Such a big explosion, even Ronin." Before he finished speaking, he slapped himself hard, and a tall figure slowly walked out of the ruins. The power gem on the hammer in his hand exuded a faint light. At the critical moment, just now, Ronin used the power of the original stone to protect himself, while his men were wiped out. 07 is too bad. Ronin is not dead. He even reached the ground. Gamora couldn't care less about scolding Star-Lord's crow's mouth. She looked anxious and confused at the same time. Ronin is fine. Why is Thor missing? In a bathroom on Xandar, a golden portal opened, and Thor rushed out, coughing desperately into the sink. Ahem! All kinds of bits and pieces and screws spit out from his mouth. Then he took a mouthful of water and sprayed it out. The water was full of black engine oil. Bumping your head into a spaceship is really not something ordinary people can play. You forcefully swallowed a mouthful of broken iron, as if you stuck your head into a sandpit. This kind of thing, probably only a sturdy woman like Carol can enjoy it. Thor subconsciously ignored that Carol was covered with energy while he was purely physical defense. In the future, we should leave it to Captain Marvel to demolish the house. Anyway. Outside Sokovia, Carol suddenly sneezed. What's going on? She was a little puzzled. Just now, she suddenly felt a chill behind her back, with a feeling of someone always wants to harm me. "Carol, what's the matter with you?" asked Jane Foster. "It's nothing. We need to act fast. Ultron is a lunatic who wants to raise half of the city. We must evacuate the people before he starts." In fact, the evacuation has already begun. Quicksilver was the first to rush into a police station, yelling, "We are under attack. The whole city is evacuated. Hurry up." But no one likes him. The next moment, he turned back, held an AK, and hit the shuttle halfway up. The moment the gunshots sounded, everyone chose to believe it. After all, Sokovia is not a peaceful area. Warlord scuffle and terrorist attacks happen from time to time. Once a war breaks out, all the police can do is to lead the people to flee. On the other side, Wanda used chaos energy to control a large number of people to leave. The red spiritual power enveloped several blocks, and people left quietly. Yet Ultron simply wouldn't give them enough of the world. On the other hand, Vision approached Ultron and finally tried to convince him. The result is obvious. The talk collapsed. Using the power of Mind Gem, Vision successfully kicked Yue Chuang from the internet. But it was too late. Ultron has launched the Meteorite Project. Accompanied by a deafening bang, the ground began to tear apart, and a bottomless crack spread, encircling most of the city. The next moment, the ground collapsed, and the surrounding urban area, together with the earth, rose slowly, a 3-day scene. High in the sky, Ultron's emotionless voice sounded. "See? What a beautiful view. Rising, then falling, it is destined to happen. And you Avengers will be with my meteorite, and when you fall to the ground, the earth will collapse. It's meaningless to remove me from my world and use my body to fight against me. When all the dust settles, the only 113 left is metal. To stop all this, the rising city must be destroyed, and the people must be evacuated first." Countless steel soldiers rushed forward to take advantage of the fire, attacking the Avengers and hindering them. "No, how can I let this happen? The homeland from childhood to adulthood has become like this." Wanda's eyes flashed red, and her spirit showed signs of losing control. She screamed angrily, and the red energy spread rapidly, and the steel soldiers within a few miles were instantly reduced to powder. Carol, who was not far away, was stunned. What a terrible ability. Unfortunately, it's too unstable. Several huge amounts of spaceships appeared from the sky and approached Sokovia high in the sky to assist the people to evacuate. It was the fleet of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the command room, Nick Fury is now on the sidelines, and Peggy Carter is the main conductor. While commanding the fleet to land, she muttered to herself, "Honey, you're not here. I can't mess." At the same time, Xander was also in crisis. Ronan walked out of the ruins of the spaceship slowly. Traitor! He saw Minerva for the first time, recognized her identity, and immediately roared furiously. "You actually abandoned the noble complexion of the technological aristocrat. The most noble skin color of the Kree is blue." Minerva, who was still in the Star Troopers, had blue skin, but now she is the same as the people on Earth. Although I don't know how to do it, it is obvious that she no longer belongs to Carrie. Minerva trembled all over, immediately calmed down and gritted her teeth. "I'm from Asgard now." He raised his sniper rifle and shot at Ronan, showing his attitude. Xingjue and others rushed forward and besieged Ronan. However, Ronan is at the pinnacle of his life now. Not to mention them, even Thanos can just do it. A purple light flashed past, everyone backed away and fell to the ground. Scanning around and finding that Thor was not there, Ronan was relieved, and he gave a loud speech. "Look, this is your Guardians of Galaxy. Nothing but chaos. Fortunately, my father and my grandfather brewed this revenge. People of Xander, it's time to rejoice. Abandon your humble and ignorant god. Your savior has come, and that is me." He raised his warhammer high, and the power stone began to vibrate. "Oh, mommy, mommy, coax. Mommy, mommy, coax." A ghostly animal singing sounded, instantly attracting his attention. He turned his head and looked at Xingjue dancing beside him. Not only him, but Gamora, Drax, and the Xander stars all looked over, with eyes of caring for the mentally retarded. "Oba Gangnan Ribbon. Appa Gangnan Ribbon." At this moment, Xingjue has completely let himself go. "What are you doing?" Ronan asked in a daze. "Dancing. Come, Gamora, together." Star-Lord took the opportunity to invite Gamora. Gamora shook her head in a daze. She said she still wanted face. Xing Yin complained from the side. "You are really a fool." Minerva seconded. "Exactly." The invitation was rejected, and Xingjue didn't care and continued his awkward dance. "What the hell are you doing?" Ronan asked loudly. "Distracting you, idiot." Boom! There's an explosion. Drax held up the launcher, and a quantum cannon blasted up. A purple light flashed, and a desperate scene happened. The hammer in Ronan's hand was unscathed. "Damn it! I should have assembled the launcher myself." Rocket suddenly reacted, beating his chest and feet. He actually forgot, just now, that the hammer with the power gem can't be crushed by ordinary nose cannon pieces. "I'll fight with you." Desperately, Drax raised his dagger and rushed forward and was grabbed by the neck. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Ronan's mouth. "I was wrong. I remembered your family. Their screams at that time are really unforgettable. And you will go to accompany them soon." With a wave of his hand, he was thrown away like garbage. Shouted, "Struggling is useless. Resign yourself to your fate." He raised the hammer again. "Hey, I'm also attracting your attention." Drax had a weird smile on his face. Boom! A thunderbolt with a thickness of tens of meters suddenly appeared from the sky, as if dividing the sky into two halves. The thick lightning condensed and shrank to the thickness of an arm, and before everyone could react, it struck Ronan's hammer. Kacha, the artifact that had been with him for countless years, finally couldn't bear the force and shattered. "No!" Ronan screamed strangely, and he quickly grabbed the gem in midair. The next moment, a huge force came from his chest. His whole body was paralyzed by the electric shock, and his whole body was blown into the air. Thor appeared in front of him, stretched out his hand to the power gem, and grabbed it suddenly. Boom! A huge energy burst out, and purple light enveloped the whole world. However, in the next moment, the light disappeared, and the power gem lay quietly in Thor's palm, and there was no more restlessness. Good Zhao Zhao. No, it's impossible. Seeing Thor control the power gem so easily, Ronan's face was full of disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Hold the power gem and feel the surging power. This kind of power to control everything is simply fascinating. Then try your power. The fist with purple light hit Ronan, and the energy rays enveloped him. No, facing the energy of the gemstone, Ronan couldn't resist it for half a second and instantly turned into ashes. Since then, Ronan, the accuser who has committed many crimes in the galaxy, finally died on Xander, the planet of the old enemy. Drip, congratulations to the host for completing the Drax-related mission, Revenge. Get the reward, active skill, brain damage. Brain remnant technique. Reduces the target's IQ by 90% and lasts for 10 minutes. When the system's notification sound came, Thor looked around and took a fancy to Xingjue. Use the skill on the target's Star-Lord, brain damage. The next moment, Xingjue suddenly shouted excitedly, "It's great, Ronan is dead. Let's celebrate, aw." He said. The whole person jumped onto a nearby tree like Tarzan of the Ape. The faces of everyone present were covered with black lines. Yondu left with the Predator, took the cosmic spirit orb that Star-Lord gave him, and didn't ask any questions. With his wisdom, it is impossible not to know that there are no gems in it. Please allow me to represent the Nova Legion on behalf of 090, and I would like to extend my highest respect and heartfelt thanks to you. Thank you for saving the planet Shamir. The Secretary General of Xander led the crowd and sincerely thanked Thor for his help. Definitely, Guardians of Galaxy are also included. Your strength is beyond imagination, and you can actually resist the damage caused by the rough stone. I believe that putting the Cosmic Spirit Ball in your hand can guarantee its safety. The true identity of the Cosmic Spirit Ball has been exposed, and it is a disaster for the Power Gem to stay on Xander, and many people will stare at it. Since Thor can control its power, giving it to Thor is the best choice. Your wife and daughter can rest in peace. Ronan has paid for his crimes. Walking out of the conference room on Xander, Gamora said to Drax. Drax was silent for a while, then whispered, "Ronan, it's just a puppet. The real culprit is Thanos." Thor, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and said to Groot, "Stormbreaker is necessary to kill Thanos. Ronan is dead, and I'm going back to forging weapons. You should be able to help. I'm Groot." "Thanks. The weapon that killed Thanos. Do you want to witness its birth?" "Definitely yes. But I'd rather witness the killing of Thanos. There will be a chance. Drip, Ronan is dead, and Groot has avoided his original fate. Congratulations to the host for completing the task related to Groot Treeman, King of the Wood Element. You will be rewarded for completing the task. Mission reward. The only person who is qualified for the artifact, the weapon made by Groot, will only be recognized by one person. Nadawi, a spaceship of huge amounts landed, followed by Star-Lord's smaller spaceship. "Boy, are you here? Why? Have you found the material for forging the battle axe?" "No, this is..." "Dwarf, he." Wong Ai Chui stepped forward to say hello. When he saw Groot, his face changed. "The Flower God Colossus clan. Oh my god, I didn't expect that there are still survivors in this clan." Then he slapped Thor hard on the shoulder. "Boy, you're lucky. Legend has it that the Flora Colossus family is the descendant of the World Tree, and the weapons forged from his limbs will greatly increase their power." Thor nodded. "In this case, let's start. In this life, Nidaway's facilities were not destroyed, and he didn't have to pull the switch, so he could witness the birth of the tomahawk. The complex machinery began to operate. The energy of the neutron star ignited the boiler, and the prototype of a battle axe slowly appeared. On the Earth, the broken Ultron finally came to a dead end. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The Iron Soldier is gone, with Carol, Jane Foster, and Vision surrounding him. It is worth mentioning that, due to Thor's reminder, Stark equipped Quicksilver with a high-tech body armor, so he is still alive and kicking. Ultron whispered, "Do you think you have one?" "No, this is just the beginning." A brilliant golden radiance lit up above Vision's head, marking the end of the battle. However, at the same time, the last robot was programmed early in the morning, and, at the same time that Ultron died, the final step of Project Meteor was launched. Boom! The whole city trembled in the air and then fell toward the ground. With violent air friction, flames quickly burst out from the bottom of the city. No, I've tried everything, but I can't stop the city from falling, and I can't destroy it. Stark's anxious voice came. This life of Ultron moves slower, but more cautiously than in the original history. In the Far East, on Taj Square, Ancient One's eyes seemed to look at the fallen city through thousands of mountains and rivers. As a humanist guardian, Taj has been used to watching the rise and fall of human society for thousands of years, and usually disdains to meddle in mortal affairs. Even during the New York War, Ancient One only maintained the holy place from being destroyed. Things like Ultron, which humans have created by themselves, are even more unacceptable for a few days. It's just that the situation is a little different this time. The fall from Sokovia's altitude is almost equivalent to a small planet. Even if it doesn't destroy human beings, it is very likely to bring the Earth into an ice age. The principle of Sorcerer Supreme has a premise that the continuation of human civilization must be guaranteed. Because of this, Thor will go to the universe with confidence. Ancient One is staring closely into the distance, ready to launch its tail at any time. Wanda, can you try to drag the city up with a super ability? Quicksilver tried to ask despite his hopelessness. No, I don't have enough mental strength. I can hold up a building at most now. Wanda shook her head pale. Stark suddenly had an idea. Then what about Miss Carol? It is said that you are stronger than Thor. Can you lift the city? Carol rolled her eyes. You're thinking about farts. Dreams have everything. So, is there a way to blow cities apart? Nukes? Steve asked. In the case of the evacuation of the people, blowing up Sokovia with a nuclear bomb seems to be the only solution. Stark shook his head helplessly. It's too late. The nearest intercontinental missile takes 3 minutes to reach, but with Sokovia's falling speed, it will reach the ground in 2 minutes at most. Moreover, ordinary nuclear bombs may not be able to achieve the effect of complete destruction. You must use the legendary Tsar bomb, the one whose power has not been halved. The Avengers were all silent. Back then, Mauzy made a big news by making a 100 million equivalent superhydrogen bomb. However, Mauzy's senior management worried that the nuclear fallout would have a serious impact on the environment after the test explosion, which would lead to internal affairs and diplomatic turmoil. So have a nuclear bomb to an explosive power of 50 megayield. Although the equivalent was cut in half, it still caused the increase in nuclear radiation around the world. If a 100 million equivalent hydrogen bomb is fired into the air, I am afraid that the entire Earth will become a war zone. Wait, I got a communication from Thor. Carol suddenly yelled, and everyone's eyes lit up. After getting along for a long time, they already have an inexplicable trust in Thor, as if any problem that cannot be solved can be solved in his hands. Carol, who is good at solving everything violently, does not have this point. What did he say? Steve asked. Tell us to leave Sokovia quickly, at least 1 kilometer away. Steve and Stark looked at each other and nodded. There's nothing we can do here, so trust him. Except for Carol and others who were able to fly, everyone boarded the fighter plane and flew away from Sokovia. Is there anything Thor can do about such a big city? Stark muttered. After all, Ultron was his creation, and he would be responsible if it caused irreparable disaster. The huge city in the sky is already less than 10,000 meters above the ground, and the constant acceleration and violent friction with the air made it a huge amount of fireball. Zero, seeking flowers. People hundreds of kilometers around saw this shocking scene, as if another sun appeared in the sky and was falling towards the earth. Many people were already running and crying in despair. Some even hid in the cellar. The Ancient One far away in Taj sighed and prepared to make a move. At this moment, a stream of light flashed across the sky, stopping Ancient One who had just taken a step. A beam of huge amounts of light, as if descending from the sky from the other end of the universe, quickly enveloped the city in midair. This is Bifrost, Miss Jane and Wanda exclaimed after witnessing this scene. Under the shroud of light, the huge Sokovia is rapidly disintegrating, and the materials mixed with vibranium inside the city are vaporized in the air. So it can still be used like this? I always thought it was just an interstellar express. Carol was full of wonder, even though he had wandered in the universe for 20 years and had seen many miraculous phenomena. But seeing this scene is still very emotional. Boom! Sokovia, the city of meteorites that Ultron placed high hopes on, was completely exploded in less than 10 seconds under the power of Bifrost, turning into the most primitive particles in the universe. This is because Thor was worried about hitting the Earth, so he deliberately withdrew some of his strength. The Bifrost light slowly dissipated, and Thor's figure holding a battle axe in the sky appeared in the eyes of everyone, as if a god had come to the world. Carol stared at the battle axe in Thor's hand and muttered, "This is the weapon that can kill Thanos?" Pill. At the moment Nadavi, Stormbreaker, was born, Thor felt a sense of blood connection. The moment he held the axe, he felt that he was the only recognized master of Stormbreaker, and no one could lift it except himself. Even Groot, who contributed the handle of the axe. When the artifact was ready to return to Earth, although Rocket was very interested in seeing what Star-Lord's hometown was like, Star-Lord refused, and he was not ready to go home. The Guardians of the Galaxy eventually left, and Thor returned to Earth with Nebula and Minerva. Facing the falling Sokovia, although he has the power gem in his hand, for 5-0, Jill wants to try the power of Stormbreaker. The result is very satisfactory. In a mountain forest, Thor and others from the Avengers Alliance landed slowly. "Come out. I know you're still there." Vision shouted towards the cliff. A robot with a broken body and a broken arm climbed up the cliff. Ultron's body is already dead. This is a consciousness that was separated in advance. He wanted to see his ideals come true with his own eyes, but now everything is over. Vision whispered, "Let me say goodbye to Ultron." Stark sighed, nodded, and waved the crowd away. Vision sighed, "Ultron, you're scared." Ultron sneered, "Afraid of you? Or look at that, Thor. Afraid of death. You are the last." Stark wanted to create a savior, but he didn't expect to create a lackey. Vision sighed, "I think we've all let people down. Humans are weird. They think order and chaos are opposites, but they like to try to manipulate things beyond the scope of their abilities. But even if they fail, they don't there's elegance in the slightest, and I think you're missing that." Ultron didn't want to talk to him anymore, and said coldly, "Human beings are doomed after all." "Yes," Vision replied, "but things are not beautiful because they last. I am honored to be a part of them. You are hopelessly childish." Vision frowned, nodded, and said, "After all, I was born yesterday. I'm still a child. What's wrong with being naive?" Ultron rushed forward angrily. A burst of golden light flashed. Upstate New York, all come together at the all-new The Avengers base. "Hey, I've been wondering who is building this place, so it's your land." Steve patted Thor on the shoulder. "You have long anticipated the expansion of the Avengers. Are you ready?" Stark joked. Such a big place was built so quickly, and a lot of manpower and material resources were used. I heard that the mayor arranged a lot of convenience. "Thor, when did you get involved with the mayor of New York? Didn't you who hates politicians the most?" Thor smiled and said nothing. Who would have thought that Gene Bing would become the mayor of New York after not seeing him for a few years? Well, I have to say, the energy of this product is really strong. If this is a world without super abilities, a character like Gene Bing is a proper child of the plane. Vision suddenly asked, "Thor, nice to meet you. I heard that this time you brought back an infinite gems." Glancing at Ultron on the green grassland above his head, he tried so hard to hold back his laughter, gave Carol a well-done look, and gave a deep purple gem 0. The power gem means infinite physical power. If you use its power to attack the ground, you can even destroy a planet. Stark suddenly said solemnly, "Have you noticed something is wrong? Each of the infinite gems is the most powerful object in the universe. It stands to reason that they can be encountered but not sought after. But in the past few years, there have been 4 elements: space, mind, reality, and power. A gemstone appeared on Earth. Don't you think there is something wrong? It always feels like there is a behind-the-scenes manipulator in the Song Dynasty to promote all this." Thor corrected, 5 to be exact. The time gem has always been on Earth, kept by the Asgardian of Earth, Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. As for the man behind the scenes you mentioned, It's my target for forging this battle axe. Thanos, the world destroyer. Stark nodded. Are you sure? You can let me try. Exclamation point. The Ultron crisis was lifted, and superhero entered a 0.2 long-lost rest period. Carol realized the importance of gymnastics, so she came to Thor every 2 days to discuss. After all, this guy often can't hold back his strength, and ordinary people are too easily injured during sparring. Without the use of weapons, the two are hard to tell. Carol's strength is greater, while Thor's skills are stronger. The same thing is that neither side can break the other's defense. Whenever entering the bladder game, Thor will call out his invincible hair axe, and Captain Marvel will immediately retreat without a fight. You're a broken axe. If you knock it, you'll die. If you touch it, you'll hurt. My old lady is hard-headed, but not stupid. Carol stayed for a few days before leaving. There are many things in the universe, and she has been away for a long time this time, and she has returned to the post of the universe police once again. If it weren't for the Ultron crisis, she would have been gone long ago. Thor gave himself a period of vacation. During this period of time, he lived a very comfortable life. He watched a group of heroines in the manor every day, during the day, and at night. Hey, Dr. Palmer, how are you doing? Are you still used to living? Thor stopped Christine Palmer. Christine blushed and gave him a white look. I should have thought of a long time ago. You have evil intentions, and fooling me into your manor is just the first step. Really? Who said that? Sister Maya Hansen said that she was deceived by you in that way. 07-inch. Tolton was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he had a thick skin and changed the subject without changing his face. Is there any problem? There are so many people in the family, it's normal to need a family doctor. Before Christine could answer, Thor's communicator rang. Minerva, who is in charge of the manor's security, sent a message. Mr. Stark sent an invitation card. His Highness was not invited to the party last time. This time he defeated Ultron. Let's celebrate. Thor nodded and said, Good idea, but let's put in the new Avengers building. Cheers. At the party, the Avengers indulged in carnival. The depression during this period made them want to release a long time ago. Even Wanda, who usually doesn't drink, drank a glass, leaning against Thor with flushed cheeks. At the bar, Natalie is sharing drinks with Stark. But Stark obviously lost. When he saw Natalia drink a glass of strong wine, Stark finally remembered. This big beauty in front of him is an authentic hairy girl. Except for Thor from Asgard, everyone present is not enough she drank. Hey, cheer up. Why are you so unhappy? Thor patted Bruce Banner on the shoulder in the corner. Banner looked up at him, but said nothing. What's wrong? After repeated questioning, Banner finally said, It's nothing. I just feel a little out of place. Thor glanced around. Stark had staggered away from Black Widow's persuasion and went to talk to the model alone. Seeing herself looking over, Natalia winked at herself. Hawkeye is on a video call with his baby girl. Captain America has lived for so many years, and he has already seen through the world. As for Quicksilver and Vision, he's a kid. Thor's eyes lit up. Oh, I see. You want to find a partner? Immediately, he thought of something, teasingly said, Aren't you afraid that Hulk will come out suddenly? Banner was a little embarrassed at once and said in a low voice, Hulk is much more controllable now. He will notify me in advance if he is going to come out, and he won't change suddenly just because his heart beats faster. Oh, Thor was stunned for a moment and looked again. The direction of this life seems to have changed a bit. The relationship between Banner and Hulk is better than in the original book, and the tacit understanding between the two is also much higher. At least they can already be like partners. Equal exchange. Thor rolled his eyes, glanced at Stark, and said with a smirk to Banner, I said it earlier, you can go to Stark to arrange it for you, and he knows a lot of models. Huh? What's the matter? Why did you mention me suddenly? Stark walked up curiously and attracted the attention of others. Oh, there's nothing to find someone for Banner. Thor explained roughly. This time, not only Stark but also Steve became interested. Banner blushed. He definitely knows that Stark knows a lot of models, but he knows more how Stark met them. No matter how you say it, Banner is also a great scientist. He is very proud. Let him, 737, take over that Playboy's game. Let's dream. Thor looked at his weird expression and said with some doubts, "What kind of expression do you have? Didn't you say that Europe and the United States don't have such a plot? Could it be that Banner, this old man saw, is still a traditional person? It's so fresh. I don't mind taking the offer. I just mind taking the offer from Sure Stark, an acquaintance who meets twice in 3 days and meets a person of the same kind. Where should I put my face?" Bruce Banner yelled frantically in his heart. But saying this, Stark's face is not good. He rolled his eyeballs, and suddenly his whole body trembled like an epileptic, and his face also turned green. Then he returned to the original state and said with a straight face, "It's not my problem. It's Hulk who said he didn't want to take over." Cut. Everyone booed. Find an excuse and find a better one. Who doesn't know how old a baby Hulk is? What a fart. Thor is in a good mood now, so he is also happy to play a guest role as Yulao to help Banner solve the next major life issue. He can't help suggesting, "No problem, I've traveled around the world a lot, and I know a lot of people. Maybe I can help you pay attention." Appropriate. Come on, let me tell you about your requirements first. Stark and Hawkeye also booed. Good idea, let's talk about it, and I will help you to pay attention. Natalia and other ladies quietly stayed away from these guys. Banner scratched his head in embarrassment, but couldn't resist the other party's enthusiasm. So he said helplessly, "First of all, I'm a scientific researcher, and I hope the other party can support me in doing various boring research." Everyone nodded. Scientists are generally difficult to find a partner because they usually have no family and are not good at socializing. Stark was an exception. The guy was a genius. Then, you also know that as Avengers, we are always facing various dangers. Therefore, my other half must be able to accept this, at least not be afraid of superpowers. Then what? Quicksilver also came up and recorded in a small notebook. Finally, superhero family members are often in danger, so it's best to have the ability to respond to danger. I have to say, Banner thinks a lot. Hawkeye is thoughtful. He feels that he really needs to strengthen the security of his family. Stark couldn't help complaining. I think you might as well wait for the next female Avenger to show up. He glanced at the hall with a depressed expression on his face. All the flowers in the Avengers were taken by Thor. There may be a Captain Marvel. The problem is that few people can subdue that woman. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. There's no such thing on Earth. It is hard to say in the universe. Just like Asgard, even a woman can fight. So, do you have any racial requirements? He asked. Banner obviously misunderstood his intentions and said with a nostalgic face, "No, I used to get along with a beautiful black girl in Brazil, and I saved her from the local gangsters. It's a pity that I should control her. I can't transform. So I have to bear the pain and give up." Thor quickly interrupted his memory. "I have someone to choose. First of all, the other party will definitely support your scientific research work, because she is originally a great scientist. Then, your identity will not be a problem, because people usually have been in contact with superheroes. Well, she is still very rich, incomparably rich." Thor smirked and kept a secret. Banner was confused. "Are you sure you didn't mean Stark? Get out. I'm a pure man." Then Thor added, "And this girl is good at making exoskeleton armor." At this moment, Stark finally couldn't sit still and yelled, F***K. Are you sure you're not choreographing me?" With a thoughtful look on his face, Steve reminded Stark, "Tony, I know your father. He was as good at playing as you when he was young. Could it be one of your sisters who lived outside?" Stark calmed down, thoughtful. After all, she is in existence with an IQ of 250, and she quickly thought of the key point. "You guided me on purpose, right? That means the other party must not be what Steve said, right?" Thor applauded. "I didn't say anything. It's all your guesswork. Everyone has black lines on their faces. Didn't you deliberately mislead? But if there is such a person, why have we never heard of it?" Natalia asked suspiciously. She used to be a 10th level agent of SHIELD and has long been committed to finding superheroes. So many obvious features, not to mention that everyone knows it. At least there is no trace of cobweb, right? Thor smiled and shook his head. Kamartaj, Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, is also not known to many people, but it doesn't mean she is not good. Even if I face her now, There is no way I can win. The strength is superior, but the nameless. It means that the other party has the ability to cover up their own traces. Then pointed at Steve's shield. Remember the shield material? Vibranium. Steve, hello king, definitely won't forget. The most precious metal in the world. What if all the vibranium in the world comes from one country, and there's a vibranium mine as big as a mountain in someone's home? In everyone's astonishment, with a swipe of his hand, a world map appeared on the screen in front of him. Thor pointed to somewhere in Africa. This place is truly the most advanced country on Earth, and its technological level has even reached the peak of the universe. If the portal of the New York War appeared there, they would be able to solve it even without a superpower. Could it be that you're talking about the cosmic power Gambia? Stark looks strange. This is a meme on the internet. Gambia, a powerful country in the universe, claims to eliminate Mauzi in 7 days and level Dacia in 10 days. It once shot down the embassy of the United States with a machine gun, and it can be called the world's #1 shit stirrer. Compared with a mouth-powerful king like Gambia, Africa still has a real superpower. Wakanda, one of the least developed countries in the eyes of ordinary people. For centuries, it has been isolated from the world, ostensibly a poor and backward agricultural country. In fact, this is the most technologically advanced country on Earth. Faith in Buster, the Panther God. The supreme leader of Wakanda is the king, and the successive rulers are called Black Panther. Unlike some other African countries, the people of Wakanda are relatively civilized and not so barbaric. If Wakanda is not too closed, the people of Wakanda must be like everyone in the world are friends. Thor's words are just like telling a story to other people. It is too mysterious. Stark muttered, so the vibranium used by Ultron was bought from Wakanda? Strictly speaking, it's not buying. 083 can only be regarded as smuggling. Because under normal circumstances, Wakanda is very strict about the circulation of vibranium and only trades when needed. This is a country that pursues isolationism, so it will be unknown. Speaking of this, Thor smiled mysteriously. Wakanda's little princess, Shurue, is a great scientist, and she designed many black technologies, including the latest Black Panther battlesuit. As Thor spoke, he swiped his hand, and a black girl appeared on the screen. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Banner was immediately attracted. Thor snickered secretly. It seems like a good thing to let Banner sacrifice and pull Wakanda into the Avengers Alliance's cherry early. And it's not even a sacrifice. Banner seems to have a special affection for the Black Sister, just like the Black Sister in Brazil, and the female, Valkyria Sakaar, have a particularly good relationship with him. In the middle of the night, in a jungle somewhere in Africa, a mercenary attacked a convoy. It was said that there was a piece of extremely precious metal in the convoy. As the ultimate example of pretending to be a pig, Wakanda appears to be just a third-world country. The convoy's weapons are all the most common AK series of poor people's weapons. Facing the prepared mercenaries, the firepower is directly suppressed. Damn it! In the middle of the convoy, Princess Shurue cursed secretly, considering whether to take out her energy hand cannon. But if this is the case, it is likely to be the secret of Kanda in Chi-Chi City. At this moment, a loud roar sounded, and a burly figure rushed forward facing the bullet, raised a car with one hand, and swept across the panic-eyed mercenary, causing the opponent to rush to the street with one blow half. Although the mercenaries were all desperados, they ran away screaming before they reached the bottom of the Hulk. Hulk smash! Hulk raised the military Humvee high up in his hand and slammed it on the ground. The mountain shook suddenly, and a huge amount of cracks on the ground extended forward. Several mercenaries fell down on the spot, and the few remaining people were also killed. The huge amounts of shockwave fell to the ground and were caught up by Hulk and wiped out one by one. While Bruce Banner is a good man, his compassion doesn't face such desperados, let alone Hulk's mind right now. Hulk! It's Hulk! The Wakanda yelled in excitement. Unlike Westerners who claim to be gentlemen, they have a good impression of Hulk, a beast superhero who has always admired power and glory. Among the Avengers, Hulk is the most popular in Wakanda, and Thor almost means it. Despite advanced technology, Wakanda people still worship the most powerful men in hand-to-hand combat. Including the king's position, all must go through hand-to-hand combat, and the winner is eligible to inherit the power of Black Panther. Princess Su-Rue ran up and shouted excitedly, "My God, Hulk! I saw Hulk!" Hulk trembled in fright and immediately changed back to Banner. Seeing this scene, Su-Rue obviously also thought of the difference between Hulk and Banner. Her eyeballs rolled and stars began to appear. When you need to fight, you can fight better than your brother T'Challa. And when you don't usually fight, you are also a great scientist who is more knowledgeable than yourself. Entering the laboratory and going to the battlefield, this combination of strength and wisdom is simply... Oh, what a shame. Banner was frightened by Su-Rue, who looked like a fan. He calmed down and looked at the Black Pearl seriously. Well, the real person is much prettier than the photos, with a cute appearance and a kind heart, completely different from the supermodels that often appear at Stark's parties. At this moment, he felt that his spring had come. A romantic hero saves the beauty, and the relationship between Banner and Su-Rue heats up quickly. In a ruined base, a man and a woman are confronting each other. "Give up, you can't resist. You people, you are born to be my master." The man looked at the woman in front of him with a strange expression. Without saying a word, the woman tried her best to resist the parasite erosion from the opposite ward. No, it was the hive. Her body was covered with a faint layer of golden divine power, which was entered by Thor casually at the beginning, and it seemed to be of no use on weekdays, but this time it played a great role. Sky. Now she should be called Vibe Girl Daisy John. After recovering her background, she realizes that she is a legendary inhuman race, and also possesses the super ability she has dreamed of. But now, she is in the biggest crisis. Hive, the world's first alien, can project parasites to persuade all aliens to surrender, so that aliens are willing to do things for the hive itself. And this persuasion is absolute persuasion. There is no possibility of betrayal or being awakened by others. As the first-generation leader of the aliens, after all, he will not fight alone. If you control Sky and let her return to SHIELD, it will be of great use. At the critical moment, Sky took out a communicator and decisively pressed the button. Honeycomb noticed this movement, and he smiled disdainfully. "Don't count on it. No one will come to rescue you. Even if your companions arrive, they will add a few more skilled healers to me." "Oh, is it so?" A cold voice came from behind. "Who?" Hive was startled, and quickly turned her head to look at the blond man in a red cloak and silver armor who appeared behind her. "Thor! Help!" Sky shouted excitedly. Different from the wild hacker who grew up in an orphanage and wandered outside since childhood in the original book, she was adopted by Peggy Carter early in this life. Her personality is a little less mature and more immature. Bang! Without a word of nonsense, Thor punched up, and the hive didn't even have time to resist, and his head was smashed by the punch. "Wow, so handsome." Sky ran up excitedly and hugged Thor's arm. "Are you the Avenger? You can't kill me." Another corpse on the ground slowly stood up. Another ability of the hive possessed the corpses of other people. In a sense, this is a kind of eternal life. "Be careful. This guy has a lot of weird abilities." Sky whispered in Thor's ear. "Because HYDRA will send a devotee to the hive every few decades, and after several centuries, the hive will parasitize hundreds or even thousands of human beings, making the hive multilingual, fighting technique, technology, etc. And ordinary humans are almost omnipotent. But after all, he is just a powerful, ordinary person. No wonder he can only be the boss of the SHIELD series. But he can't control this guy who hates others. Sky is his own." Thor punched him with a sneer. This time, the hive blocked in front of him with both arms in time. Crack! The sound of bone breaking sounded, and before the hive could feel the severe pain, it was a blur before it realized that it was lifted high by Thor, and it hit the ground hard with its head down, and the whole body was half cut into the floor. The head naturally became an exploded watermelon again. Zero, seeking flowers. If you can, let's play more civilized. The bloody scene made Sky stick out his tongue. Although he was not afraid, girls naturally hate disgusting things. Hole, you will regret it. 076808407 Fei Lu. The other corpse stood up again. See? You can't kill me. The Hive's ability is very strange. He can regenerate almost infinitely, just like the slogan of HYDRA, cut off a Lu. 2 more heads grow. It's really ignorant and fearless. A monster created by Kree dares to call itself a god? Then let me show you the real god. Holding Sky in his arms, he jumped to a height of several hundred meters, and a huge amount of lightning descended from the bar, covering hundreds of meters around the Hive. The fleshy body of the Hive, which is far superior to ordinary people, could not survive the lightning storm for a second, and instantly turned into coke. The parasite quickly attached to another corpse, but in the lightning storm, only coke was left on the ground, and it was forced to withdraw just as it attached. What made him even more desperate was that this kind of attack that contained divine power also caused a lot of damage to his body. Constantly reborn and constantly died, the Hive was reborn dozens of times in just a few minutes. His body became weaker and weaker. I'm not reconciled. With a roar full of despair and resentment, the god of Hydra finally died and completely disappeared from the world. It's dead, Sky murmured. The super boss in the eyes of SHIELD is like a joker in front of Thor, making her feel like a dream. Thor patted her on the cheek. What do you think? This world is much bigger than you imagined. The existence of the Hive is not even a small guy. He calls himself the god of HYDRA, and he is really a god. In 2 years, a real cosmic overlord will come to Earth, and that will be the battle of the gods. If you can fully control your ability, you will definitely have a place in the future battle. Sky nodded. This is what she thought of 660. You already know my life experience, right? You hinted at the beginning that I would become a superhero. Aunt Carter told me that you can see the future. Is it true? Sky is smart. Thor neither admitted nor denied, and said with a faint smile, all I can see are some general directions, not accurate to everyone and everything. Just like you, I know at most that you will Awakening Vibes ability, but can't see every trace of you. Since World War II, the flow of the world has changed, and many things will no longer develop as I remember. Just like Sky, she was originally left in the orphanage in history, and later became a hacker of the Rising Tide organization, broke into SHIELD and became an undercover agent, and finally rehabilitated and joined SHIELD wholeheartedly. An undercover agent is a model of the boss. After all, Sky has achieved the 10th level. But now, if he is a hacker, he joined SHIELD because of Peggy Carter. Although the result is not much different, the difference in life trajectory is big. Among other things, there is a sentence in the original book, The Ironclad Sky, the flirtatious boyfriend. This chick has her own Kafuu attributes. She is more terrifying than Kafuna from a certain online game. She is a lone star. It's different now. Peggy Carter has been watching closely since she was a child, who dares to have bad thoughts, and sent her to drink tea immediately. But now Thor is cheaper. Looking at Sky with his hands hanging on his body, what Thor thought was, will Peggy go berserk if she finds out? In front of the TV, a piece of news is playing about the Sokovia incident. The TV station selectively played the interview clips, and some people were admiring that the Avengers saved the world again. However, more dissonant voices emerged. We are very grateful for the justice of the Avengers. But can they take care of the lives and property of innocent people? Look, he destroyed another city. After causing so much damage, they just pat their butts and left? What's the difference between them and those alien invaders? Yesterday was New York, today is Sokovia. What about tomorrow? It takes a long time to build a city, but it only takes a few hours for the Avengers to destroy it. Is that so-called god from an alien planet really a god? Stark is a hypocrite. Why don't you stop selling arms? The crime he committed is 100 times bigger than selling arms. Thor pressed the remote and sent the TV. In fact, such voices often appear. There are always those people who are obedient in the face of crisis, But after the crisis is over, they strike out at their own heroes. And during this period of time, this kind of news has obviously increased and even caused fishing boats all over the world. No one will believe that no one is behind the scenes. The Sokovia incident, in the final analysis, was Tony's fault, and he tried his best to make up for it afterwards. Reflecting a small city with a small population and a poor economy, Stark Industry can still afford it. At least it can settle every refugee. But New York is different. Even if Stark squeezes it out, he can't afford it. And it's not the Avengers' fault that the New York War happened in New York. But people don't think so. Among other things, the housing prices in New York rank first in the world. In a battle in New York, countless buildings collapsed, especially in Manhattan, where hundreds of millions of dollars would be wasted with just a single smash. More importantly, the insurance company does not cover the losses caused by the war. Moreover, many people who bought a house with a loan just paid the down payment, and then the house collapsed, but the money owed to the bank still has to be repaid. The collapse of the house is a 5.0 incident of aliens. You go to the aliens to settle the claim yourself, and it is another matter to owe money to the bank. The old American government is not so rich, and the people have to be responsible for a lot of money for some things. Even if the Washington government came forward to deal with it, it would only temporarily waive the interest and delay the time to repay the debt. In the case of the Great Heavenly Dynasty, if something like this happened, the government would come forward and order the money to be transferred to bad debts and not to be recovered. Although bad debts are not a good thing for credit investigation, they are better than going bankrupt and going to the rooftops, right? What's even more painful is that European and American countries generally consume in advance. The awareness of deposits is not strong, and the ability to resist risks is poor, so it is easy to explode if something happens. Moreover, the people are easily incited, and it is really a beautiful scenery to make troubles. There is no trace of high quality and high education at all. Perhaps in the eyes of those people, you Avengers Alliance should defend the Earth. You should block the enemy from the Earth. Let them come in and endanger us. It is negligence. Besides, if you're told to fight the aliens, you should fight hard. So you can't protect our industry from being affected? Since my property has been damaged, you should be responsible to the end. The main ones being targeted are Stark and Thor. Those people are very smart. The former is the richest in the Avengers Alliance group, and the latter is the leader of the Women's Federation. Although Hulk is the most destructive, everyone knows that this guy is a big poor. But now this guy is not poor anymore. He has a relationship with the 840 richest people in the world. No, why is this happening? Banner hugged his head in pain. On the TV, a piece of news is broadcasting the devastation after the Great War in New York. Countless people are condemning the Avengers and Hulk. How can there be no dead man in war? Princess Su Rue comforted him beside him. Why don't they think about it? Otherwise, with your hard work, how can they have their lives screaming now? If you wanted to say, these people are not worth saving, they might as well be the shit of aliens. The sturdiness of the black girl is vividly displayed. Ahem. There was a coughing sound from the door. Young Black Panther, the next king, T'Challa, interrupts Shuri's radical remarks. He said with a wry smile, "The responsibility cannot be entirely attributed to innocent people. The disappearance of life savings and even a large amount of debt are really unbearable for ordinary people." Su Rue retorted, "But that's not their reason for targeting heroes. The patient's death will be unbearable for the family members. So can they stab the doctor?" This metaphor has both T'Challa and Banner spouting. T'Challa looked at Banner. Wakanda's little princess is in love, which is a big deal, and T'Challa is definitely worried about her sister being cheated on. Over the years, they have been very cautious. The investigation results are quite satisfactory. After all, Banner's fighting style after transforming into Hulk is still very popular with Wakanda people, and he is originally an honest person, so he is not worried about abducting Su Rue. He actually understood Su Rue's thoughts very well. It's just that, as the heir to the king, T'Challa needs to consider more things. Jingle bell. The phone rang. It was Stark. "Have you read the news?" A dignified voice came from the phone. "Then what are you going to do?" What should I do? Let's do it like this, Offie. All I know is that the Trudia Manor is my private property, and I'm going to force them to do something about them outside. I'll kill anyone who dares to come to my place to make trouble. No way. Responsibilities don't exist here. Dude, don't do this. You will make people more disgusted by the Avengers. It's none of my business. Since a group of idiots are being shot by others, they must understand the risk of provoking me. After speaking, I hung up the phone. Minerva, anyone who breaks into the manor without permission, the first shot will be a warning, and the second shot will kill him immediately. I will take care of the accident. I don't care about your own riots. Don't mess with me. Yes, Your Highness. Minerva took the order. Sometimes, I really want to put aliens in and kill these idiots. Thor said to himself, "Ha, bro, am I right? Earthlings are like this. What's the use of protecting them? They're all a bunch of white-eyed wolves. How about I plan another Zarita invasion and kill them?" In the video chat, Loki laughed wildly. Heimdall saw what was happening on Earth and rewarded him. Thor glanced at it and said with a weird smile, "It's really a good idea. You can contact Thanos and ask him to give you another army or a rough stone. Oh yes, I'm not sure if the other party will kill you to sacrifice the banner. After all, Purple Sweet Potato Essence hates me so much now." Loki was at a loss for words. Why do they do this? Knowing the cause and effect, Sif's face was filled with anger, completely incomprehensible. In our Asgard, people are hurt by the invaders. They will mourn, and they will find ways to protect their relatives and property, but they never hate their own heroes. No dare to fight against foreign enemies by yourself, but vent your anger on those who protect you. This is a shameless betrayal. Thor stroked the back of her hand. Because this is the fighting nation. In the face of crisis, we are always the most united. As Thor expected, some idiots came to the door to make trouble. A few young people got hot-headed, clamored for compensation, ignored the warning, and rushed into the manor. Minerva shot his head in the first place. This time, many protesters were stimulated, and the voices of severely punish the murderer came one after another. At a press conference, Thor took out the non-concession law and castle law and impassionedly described the legality of his own self-defense. FBI agents came to investigate in various ways, which also confirmed this point. This time, everyone retreated, but the intensified fishing boat has not receded. Thor didn't care. The death of a few hot-headed guys is nothing to the politicians. It probably means a few words of regret and 3 glasses of fine wine. But Thor showed his firm attitude. Politicians are actually not stupid. Seeking justice for innocent people is just a cover. How could they really want to push the Avengers to the opposite side? Soon they introduced new ideas. We cannot forcefully judge the Avengers for the damage they caused, because they were all helpless in the fight against evil. Doing so will undoubtedly chill the hearts of heroes. However, the means used by the Avengers in battle must be limited, otherwise it will cause a greater threat. Therefore, I think that all Avengers and even other super abilities should be included in the management of the World Security Council. First, I gave a small hand to the Avengers Alliance, and then I wanted to see you. Politicians are desperately inciting public opinion, putting pressure on the Avengers, and attempting to kidnap them morally. At this time, another incident happened, which directly brought the conflicts of all parties to the peak. In Nigeria, Steve finally blocked the last boss of HYDRA, Crossbones Rumlow, who was transferring a batch of biochemical weapons as a mercenary. With the cooperation of Falcon and others, Hydra is naturally no match. Rumlow was beaten into a dog by Steve and pushed to the ground. At the critical moment, he revealed the information of Winter Soldier Bucky and detonated the bomb on his body while riding on Steve. At the critical moment, Wanda activated ability to control the explosive fireball, trying to send it high into the sky. Boom! Wanda's ability was not stable enough after all. Unable to suppress the power of the explosion, the fireball exploded violently when it was close to a hospital. Oh no! Wanda's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with a dull expression. Steve came to his senses and quickly said to the communicator, "Sam, rescue is needed in the building. Hurry up with the fire brigade. Go up and save people." Fortunately, Wanda's control is stronger than in the original history. When it exploded, it was close to the top of the building, and the death toll was not many. Definitely, casualties are one thing, and the reactions of political leaders from various countries are another. For them, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack the Avengers alliance. Maybe some of them are still a pity. Why don't dozens or hundreds of people die? For a time, the reputation of the Avengers and the major media plummeted, and the world's mainstream media severely criticized the Avengers alliance. Zero, ask for flowers. Last month, dozens of citizens were tragically injured in clashes between Avengers and mercenaries in Nigeria. It is believed that such a situation occurs not only because of the crime, but also because of the indifference of the person who committed the crime. A victory won by sacrificing nothing is not a victory at all. They are not governed by international law. If we don't respond to such actions, this will happen. What right does a superhuman like Scarlet, which have to act in Nigeria? Why do the Avengers ignore the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other countries and cross-border law enforcement? As in history, the whole world is frantically putting pressure on the Avengers. Thor, I've got word. The Council wants the Avengers to be attached to the Council, as they were to SHIELD, so they're immune to damage done by the Avengers. You need to prepare early. Peggy Carter rushed over to inform Thor with a worried look on her face. Moreover, all private information is required to be released, and family members are under strict protection 24 hours a day. She found that she still underestimated the shamelessness of politicians, and she could figure out such a dirty way. At the same time, she also knew that those guys had already had this idea, but this society found a chance to make trouble. Thor couldn't help but let out a sneer. Most of my family is in Asgard. What will the Council do for protection? Oh, could it be that they're surrounding the nuclear bombs at the Tritium Manor? This kind of protection is really considerate. I am afraid that in the eyes of these politicians, the nuclear bomb is the trump card. Sharon, who was silent on the side, suddenly said, "Actually, in the eyes of those politicians, superheroes, especially you, are originally a 100 million yield nuclear bomb. Mutual nuclear deterrence is probably the only way they can think of." Thor nodded, probably because he was too high-profile in Sokovia. Glancing at Peggy, he put his arm around her shoulder and asked, "What about you? What do you think?" Peggy broke free from his hand without a trace and rolled her eyes. "Is it interesting to test me?" "In vain. I came here to inform you." As he spoke, he took Thor's arm. The meaning of 040 is obvious. Advancing and retreating together. Sharon was shown a loving face with black lines all over her head, and she couldn't help complaining, "It's over. I'm going to lose my job at SHIELD because of you two." She was 100% sure that there was no way Thor would agree to the Council's request. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." In Avengers headquarters, Wanda was in tears and kept apologizing. Steve whispered, "It was my fault. The bomb vest could have been removed quickly." But Rumno mentioned Bucky. For a split second, I was that kid from Brooklyn again. We have no choice but to save as many people as possible, and sometimes we can't save everyone. But if we can't accept this, next time maybe no one will be saved. Wanda nodded imperceptibly, still very low. Thor came over, hugged her gently, and asked gently, "Okay, do you know where you went wrong?" Wanda raised her head and was about to speak. But Thor's tone suddenly changed, and he said indifferently, "You should let the bomb explode in the crowd, so that the people upstairs will not die because of it. Hydra, let them do something with biological weapons. Do nothing, make no mistakes." "Ah!" Wanda exclaimed, and then realized that Thor was talking ironically. She smiled wryly. "I actually understand the truth, but it's still very. Did I cause you trouble?" Thor patted her on the back and said seriously, "It's okay, I like trouble the most." In the conference room, General Ross, whom he had not seen for many years, stood in front of the stage and opened a video. First New York, Hulk rampages, passing through the buildings constantly. The place he passes is in a mess. Then Washington, the helicopter crashes, huge amounts of tsunami sweeping tourists. Sokovia, the whole city disappears under the light of Bifrost. Finally, it's Nigeria, the explosion on top of the hospital. General Ross talked eloquently. Governments around the world can no longer stand the situation where you have acted arbitrarily without any supervision and restraint for the past 4 years. He picked up a document and handed it to everyone. Now, we have a solution. Look at this document, the Sokovia Act, which was approved by 117 countries, stipulating that the Avengers are no longer private organizations, but must operate under the supervision of a United Nations team, at the discretion of that team. Wait, Thor interrupted him suddenly and sarcastically said, "You mean when we act in the future, there will be a team of photographers behind us? That's great. We will broadcast the whole action live." "Your Excellency Thor, this is not funny at all," General Ross said with a serious face. "Many people call the Avengers heroes, but more people like to use the word vigilante, and I will use dangerous to describe a group of uncontrolled superpowers stationed in the United States, habitually ignoring national sovereignty boundaries, where to go, what to do, entirely on their own will, and have no concern for the consequences." Looking around at the Avengers with different expressions, he pointed to the agreement. "Believe me, this is the best and most compromised approach." 3 days later, the United Nations will hold a meeting in Vienna to approve the agreement. Steve frowned, stood up, and asked, "What if our decision doesn't meet expectations?" General Ross stopped walking outside and said seriously, "Then you all retire 1.9. Otherwise, the Avengers who have not signed the agreement and entered any sovereign country that signed the agreement will be regarded as a violation of the sovereignty of 117 countries. Is allowed to use any means to kill this Avenger." General Ross left, and everyone's faces were heavy. Thor suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect that our righteous actions were opposed by almost all countries. It's really tough. If only they could be so tough when facing the Caritas." Although he still had his iconic smile on his face, his tone was extremely cold. "I thought we were Avengers. It turns out that we are treated like criminals. The government will keep tracking us and have unlimited firepower against us. After all, the United States is also a signatory country, and we are in the United States." During the Insight Project incident, Sam, who was disappointed with the council, complained mercilessly. However, this time, 117 countries want to sign this agreement. 117. Do you not take it seriously at all? War Machine Rhodes, as an active soldier, was born with a stand. 117? So few? What a coincidence. I have destroyed more than 117 planets over the years. Thor whistled. "We are Avengers, not destroyers, and cannot use threats. Listen to me." The silent vision said, "During the years when Stark admitted that he was Iron Man, the number of superhumans has increased rapidly, and the disasters that caused the end of the world have also increased simultaneously. This may have a causal relationship. Our super ability has been challenged, and challenges stimulate conflicts, and conflicts can lead to disasters. Therefore, regulation is what we should consider. As a super robot, Vision seems to be invulnerable when he speaks, but it means that if you have a strong force, you will be targeted instead. No wonder so many countries have voluntarily given up their nuclear weapons. They should be doing well now, right? Vision suddenly has nothing to say. Ukraine, Libya. It seems that every one of them has something to do with it. Tony, what's your opinion? You're not usually so quiet. Natalia asked suddenly. Because he's already made up his mind. Steve said flatly. Gosh, you really know me. Stark groaned, stood up, and opened a video. In the video, there is a black youth and some profiles of him. Stark introduced. His name is Charles Spencer, a good boy who could have a good future. He intends to do some good deeds and accumulate some experience before graduation. He wants to use his summer vacation to build ecological houses for the poor. Guess where he went? Sokovia. Everyone fell silent. They had already guessed the follow-up heavy. Stark continued with a heavy face. What exactly he was thinking, we have no way of knowing. Because when we were fighting fiercely, we threw a building on him. We don't have a decision-making process at all. We need to be regulated. I accept it in any form. If not regulated, We will be lawless and no better than bad guys. Captain America made an opinion. Tony, because someone died under your nose, so you decided to give up? I didn't give up. If you're not responsible for your actions, you're giving up. These documents are just passing the buck. Steve stood up and raised his voice. In my time, the United States was a country of real freedom and democracy. It represented the struggle of justice against evil. But now, this country has been corrupted and it is no longer free. It's more like a lighthouse trying to dominate the world. Well, how do you say it? Thor reminds, dragon slayers become dragons. The two talked so seriously that Rhode couldn't sit still, and she said loudly, "But it is not SHIELD, nor HYDRA, but the United Nations that is asking to sign the agreement now. That's human, and if you are a human, you'll have goals and selfishness. The Insight Plan is certainly a conspiracy of HYDRA, but isn't it the politicians who are trying to control the time that contributed to this plan? If one day, someone really needs our eggs when we are sent elsewhere to do meaningless things." Thor asked Stark in a low voice, "Tony, you mentioned the Sokovia incident. So have you ever thought that once the agreement is signed, the agreement will not prevent you from producing Ultron? At least 527 more applications, and approval will be over. But the agreement must delay us to stop Ultron's actions. But if we don't sign, they will force us to sign. That's how things are, and it will be ugly." Natalia hesitated to speak. If there is no Thor, maybe she will choose a temporary compromise for the sake of the overall situation. But now, she stands by Thor's side unconditionally. What's interesting is that once the bill is implemented, Stark, who has a family and a business, will be the most affected, and he will sacrifice the most. And Steve is completely unaffected, and he is the one who has the least influence. Judging from the degree of influence, Stark is the hardest to accept the bill, while Steve is the easiest to accept. But now, these two people have made the opposite choice, because their decision— "Well said," Thor suddenly applauded. "You mentioned a very critical point. When these politicians who think they are high above them, when they introduced the bill, they never considered whether we would accept it. They didn't consider us at all. Put them on an equal footing, but force us to submit. Perhaps in their eyes, we are the weak side, only the obligation to accept without the power to refuse. But the fact is that we are the party qualified to make decisions." Thor's words were murderous. "Hey, come on." Stark scrambled to put out the fire. He whispered, "Some of our actions have made big mistakes in front of the public. We need to rely on the bill to win back trust. Believe me, we only made a small compromise so that there is room for maneuver. If there is a complete break, then—" Stop. Thor interrupted Stark, suddenly realizing that the scientific genius was politically naive. "First of all, as far as I am concerned, the trust of the people is not as important as dancing with nada. It is not that I need their trust, but that they need my protection. Then, I don't care about breaking with the council. When two parties have a dispute, there is always one party who needs to compromise, but that must not be me. Thanos, the first butcher of the universe, can't let me compromise. What are those politicians? If not with the emergence of Sorcerer Supreme, the Earth is still under the rule of Asgard. What is going on now? You want to turn yourself into a master, and in turn enslave me, the future king of Asgard." Stark was at a loss for words, and he suddenly realized that what Thor said was very reasonable. As an alien prince, how could he come to Earth to be a pawn for others? "The last point, I understand what you mean. First compromise and sign the agreement, and then fight for more rights for us, right?" Stark nodded. He thought so. However, the reality is that the opponent will only press forward step by step, and it is absolutely impossible to give up the power that has been obtained with great difficulty. In other words, the place we're most repulsed by is the place that the opponent desires the most. At that time, what can you do? Either compromise to the end, or violate the agreement and be legally targeted by the other party, even if the conflict is unreasonable. I'm glad we didn't have this bill 4 years ago. Otherwise, the nukes would have gone off in New York. Tony, what would you have done if the board had ordered you to drop the nuke and detonate it in New York? Well, by the terms of the bill, They totally could put a gun on Pepper Potts and make your choice. Stark was speechless. The scene was already obvious, and only Stark, Rhodes, and Vision agreed to sign the agreement. There's also a Black Widow in the original book, but she was originally a middle-of-the-road faction. Now that Thor has made a decision, she is also selfish. Even non-staff personnel from SHIELD, such as Skye and Sharon, are on Thor's side. Stark's face turned dark. Okay, don't pay too much attention to it. Stark and I will go to the signing site of the agreement in Vienna and try to persuade the representatives of various countries to change the content of the agreement and give us enough respect. Thor, will you come too? Stark nodded in agreement. This seemed like the best way to get married. He already had a premonition of the split of the Avengers alliance. Thor shook his head in disbelief. He didn't like Captain America's idea. For these politicians, meeting them is a waste of time. Besides, it's still the same sentence. They're not qualified to let themselves come to the door for consultation, and the reverse is almost the same. As the top Asgardians in the universe, arrogance is inherent, and good upbringing allows them to learn to treat everyone and every race equally. But when someone puts their nose on the face one day, I'm so sorry, I am a god, but I just look down on you mortals like ants. No matter what he chooses, is his own idea. I will not and cannot interfere with him. Don't make it difficult for me. Betty Ross was holding the phone, feeling very excited. For so many years, General Ross rarely contacted her. Unexpectedly, the rare occasion when she took the initiative to call was to ask her to blow Thor's pillow and get him to agree to the bill. General Ross is very clear that Thor will be the biggest thorn in the side, and if he is dealt with, others will not be able to make waves even if they disagree. But no matter what, she was unwilling to let Thor make a decision against her will because of herself. Besides, she also knows that Thor is usually talkative and will never give in on matters of principle and will not change principles because of a woman. After hanging up the phone, Betty sat on the sofa with red eyes. What's the matter? Got into a fight with your father? Thor's gentle voice came. Betty Ross was silent. Thor hugged her gently. This is politics. This is politicians. These are not suitable for you. Sorry, I got you involved. Don't worry. Your father is your father. You are you, and it's none of your business. Faint. Beep. The doorbell rang, and Thor went to open the door. A girl wearing sunglasses and wrapped up in a thick body came in. Thor looked at it carefully and said hilariously, "Is this Miss Agent going to a masquerade ball?" Sharon Carter glared at him, annoyed. I wanted to just come in like this, but now there are many people outside the manor watching. He took off his clothes and said solemnly, My aunt's place has been monitored. She can't leave, and her phone is also monitored. So I'm here to tell you, you must be careful recently. Thor had expected it earlier. During the day, the bill handed over by General Ross actually contained a monitor. His offensive remarks probably made the politicians nervous, right? Thor looked indifferent and sneered, I don't know what the council thinks of my estate 180 now. Chernobyl? Or Raccoon City? Seeing that he didn't care, Sharon also relaxed and said with a smile, I think it's a Raccoon City, and there are quite a few people who suggested using nuclear bombs. Thor's eyes turned cold, and he said cruelly, It's okay. I will send it to Wall Street before the nuclear bomb explodes. Sharon shrugged. It seems that you've already prepared, so I am relieved. By the way, my aunt asked me to tell you. She said, give in when you should give in, and never give in when you shouldn't. Even if everyone tells you the wrong thing is right, even if the whole world tells you to get out of the way, what you have to do is stick to it like a tree and firmly refuse. Thank you, Thor said in a low voice. Is it dereliction of duty for her to say such a thing? Sharon laughed. You can't say that. Aunt has retired a long time ago, so it doesn't count. The voice suddenly became low, and he sighed. Actually, I was the one who dereliction of duty. A bad job as an agent. If it's gone, it will be gone. Don't worry, I'll find you a good job in Asgard. It's really fresh and refined to say that I'm working for you. What a hell. Sharon saw his sinister intentions. 3 days later, at the conference in Vienna, Steve and Stark walked into the venue together in suits. Nice to meet you, Mr. Steve. Mr. Stark, Banner mentioned you to me. Chala, Prince of Wakanda, in formal attire, came up to greet them. There was only one thought in Stark's mind. F***K. Banner moves so fast. Did he even see his parents? Steve stepped forward to shake hands. I'm sorry for what happened in Nigeria. Thanks. This place makes me uncomfortable. Stark asked. What? You don't support the agreement? T'Challa thought for a while and said seriously. From my personal point of view, I think some parts of the agreement are unreasonable. But from a political point of view, I support the agreement. I hope you can understand. Steve shook his head and said, if it is such an agreement, I will not accept it. I will try my best to persuade these countries to change their positions. I hope you can do it. To be honest, I also feel that the minds of many countries are not that simple. The old king of Wakanda made an impassioned speech on the podium. Justice must be done within the framework of order, otherwise it will cause more chaos. The Avengers guarding the world is indeed great. But this is not a reason for them to have unlimited law enforcement powers, let alone a reason for ignoring civilian casualties in battle. So, on behalf of Wakanda, I advocate the signing of the Sokovia Act. The audience applauded thunderously. King T'Chaka continued. Perhaps there are imperfections in our bill, so I hope to let the Avengers express their opinions. He stretched out his hand as a gesture of invitation and smiled. Mr. Steve, please. We desire order and peace, and we also need to hear voices of different opinions. I don't agree with you, but I will defend to the death your right to speak. In fact, the old king is a kind person, not those shameless politicians. Thank you. Steve shook hands with King T'Chaka before walking up to the dais. T'Challa was walking outside the window, looking downstairs bored. Several security guards are checking a car. A security guard suddenly exclaimed, shouting and backing away. Not good. T'Challa reacted instantly and shouted, it's dangerous. Everyone lie down. He rushed in quickly, trying to throw his father down. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded, and the strong shock wave burst the glass instantly. The scene was a mess, and T'Challa rushed in frantically, seeing his father lying in a pool of blood. The explosion in Vienna hit the faces of all participating countries, and the Sokovia Act was passed unanimously with 117 votes. The Avengers can only choose to accept the agreement and be supervised by the Security Council. Either refuse to sign, that is, retire, and be regarded as persona non grata by all member states that signed the bill and refuse to enter in any form. Once forced to enter the country, it will be regarded as an aggression and will be wanted by all the treaty countries and can be killed by any means. Steve definitely wouldn't be satisfied with such a result, but he has no energy to deal with bills now. A video of the suspect was released, and all the evidence points to his best friend, Bucky. At least on the surface, yes. My mom used to talk me out of enlisting, but Aunt Paige didn't. She gave me my first holster. On the outskirts of New York, Sharon was chatting with Thor on the sofa in the living room of the manor. Then did she tell you that I used that holster? Back then, I was a master gunner who knocked down a platoon with a single bullet. Sharon jumped up and immediately reacted, glaring at him. Nonsense. I haven't unpacked it when I received it. Thor shrugged. Okay, what are you doing now? Steve, they're off to Vienna for a meeting, and you're not worried that they'll all sign? No, not Steve at least. But I guess they're out of the bills right now. Sharon was taken aback for a moment, but she immediately reacted and immediately picked up her phone to check the latest news. A bomb placed on a news van blew up the UN building in Vienna. More than 70 people were injured and at least 12 were killed, including King T'Chaka of Wakanda. It's a pity, it's a little less. The representatives of the countries who signed the agreement are either bad. Thor sneered. Boom! The door was pushed open, and Peggy Carter hurried in. Hey, didn't you say you were being monitored? How did you get away? Thor joked. Because there are more serious things now. The meeting in Vienna was attacked, and the suspect is... Bucky, James Barnes, our old friend, as I said earlier, he's not dead, is he? Thor interrupted her and introduced himself. After falling into the deep valley, he was captured by the Hydra organization, who revived him and controlled him. Under the transformation of Dr. Arnim Zola, and as a mind control device was implanted in his brain, which cleared his previous memories and made him an important killing weapon of the Hydra organization, the Winter Soldier. As a Winter Soldier, he completed various impossible tasks for Hydra all over the world. He is currently living in Romania in seclusion, has successfully retrieved all his memories, and quit the Hydra organization. Peggy digested this passage carefully. Sure enough, you already knew it, so why did you? I don't have to save everyone, especially a bunch of politicians who put collars on us first. Paige sighed, but now Bucky has been wanted. The Council's request is to kill him on the spot, and the Captain will definitely not give up on him. If they resist, the Council will likely send out signed Avengers. 0. Seeking flowers. Peggy Carter was worried for Thor. She thought that the Avengers might disintegrate, but she didn't expect that they would fight each other so soon. Bucky has a good relationship with me anyway. How could I cheat him? Thor smiled with some nostalgia. During the days when he was in the Roaring Commando, even though it seemed to him that children were fighting, they were still very happy. His relationship with Bucky is also very good. Definitely can't compare to Captain America. The two share the same bed. 0. Bucky was wronged. He's got his memory back. Thor patiently explained to the two women. I didn't do it. I didn't go to Vienna. I don't do that anymore. In a rental in Romania, Steve finally meets Bucky. Bucky categorically denies the trumped-up charges. In fact, if it wasn't Steve, he wouldn't bother talking about it all. Captain America believed him immediately. Hearing footsteps downstairs, Steve got a little anxious, and he said quickly, but now, people who think you've done it are here, and they're not going to keep you alive. Bucky, we don't have to fight, or... Bucky smiled faintly. Steve, you're still so naive. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of footsteps downstairs approached quickly. A flashbang was thrown in, and Steve quickly grabbed it with the shield. Boom! There was an explosion, the door was pushed open, and soldiers from the CIA rushed in. Death. That is to say, this is Helmut Zemo's conspiracy? Yes. He knows that he doesn't have the ability to avenge the Avengers, so he can only design for us to kill each other. Sharon was a little puzzled. She wondered, then why didn't you say it? Ordinary commandos can't catch the Captain, and the Council will definitely shoot Iron Man to arrest them. Bucky was wronged, but the difference in ideas between the two sides is real. The contradiction already exists, and Zemo just magnified it. The bill has been passed, and Bucky is just a fuse. Without him, there will be other conflicts. Besides, there are some things I hope to get rid of them, so that it will be more convenient. Peggy's pupils shrank, and she realized that Thor was going to make a big move. Then you should be careful. The other Avengers are being held back. It is convenient for you to do things, and it is also for the Council. Thor said disdainfully, I'm just waiting for them to move 07. You can rest assured that there is no place on Earth that is safer than Trutium Manor. It's just that you stay here recently and don't leave. I'm worried that your crazy politicians can do anything. By the way, let me add to the fire. Thor held a press conference on the Sokovia Act. As the strongest Avenger, Thor's attitude has attracted more people's attention, and reporters swarmed like sharks smelling blood. Facing countless cameras, Thor delivered a speech. Many people have always known the results of the meeting in Vienna. The 117 countries participating in the meeting passed the bill unanimously. The Avengers must be supervised to carry out their missions. Well, you're right. In the future, while saving the world, the Avengers will need to wear a dog leash to point and bite. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. Haha, what a group of ignorant and short-sighted guys trying to control the most powerful force in this world even came up with such a despicable method, calling it order and stability. The reason why you have today's security and peace is because someone desperately blocked the danger. In the past few years alone, human beings have been close to extinction several times. Because of the losses caused by the war, they spread their anger on the soldiers. I don't even think about who it is that makes you guys qualified to stand here and push. Asgard began to protect the Earth countless years ago. If my father hadn't defeated the giants of Jotunheim, an evil race that invaded the Earth, over 1,000 years ago, this layer would have been frozen. For this reason, my father even lost one eye. And now, you are actually trying to enslave the future king of Asgard? My attitude is very simple. Get out. Don't worry, I will definitely abide by the requirements of the law. Since you feel that the Avengers have caused losses to your lives and properties during their mission, then I will follow your wishes. Next time a crisis comes, please use your own hands go and protect all of this. I hope you will not regret it. Don't worry, I will never make a move in a country that has signed the Sokovia Act. At that time, if you can't stop it, don't come to me, go to your politicians. Thor's fierce rhetoric made the reporters fry, and they even thought about tomorrow's headlines. Reporters crowded forward one after another, asking questions loudly. Excuse me, is Mr. Thor threatening us in disguise? Is Mr. Thor's attitude representative of the Avengers? All 117 countries have passed the bill. Are the Avengers going to be enemies of most of the world? Half the world. Thor smiled mockingly. He has seen the list of 117 countries that agreed to the bill, and they are basically the dog legs of the United States. Thinking about it is also true. If it is Laume's competitor, how can he hope that the other party will control the powerful force of the Avengers? 117 countries? 740 or so-called half of the world, except for a very few fools who have been fooled, is basically the United States, plus a group of doglegs who are looking forward to the horse's head, which is nothing in my eyes. Oh, it is obviously a group of outlaws. Ridge Dog, how dare you guess madly in front of you? I have never seen such a brazen person. I even suspect that those governments have been infiltrated by HYDRA, trying to stir up conflicts between ordinary people and power users. Oh, by the way, I definitely know why you want to enslave us. Because we are different, because you fear our ability. Humans are always afraid of different things. I'm going to tell you now, tell the world, that you should awe us. We can protect the world, and we can also bring you a devastating blow. I welcome you to launch a war against superpowers, but the consequences of the war are up to me. You can't afford it. Oh, damn it. At Leipzig-Halle Airport in Germany, Stark couldn't help cursing secretly after receiving the latest news. This guy is adding fuel to the fire. Does he think the situation is not bad enough and wants to start a war between superhumans and ordinary people? He's so upset right now. Yesterday, with the help of Black Panther and the CIA, Winter Soldier had already been captured and was waiting to be detained and return home. As a result, when the doctor checked Bucky, an accident happened. Bucky suddenly went berserk, and after a fierce fight, he escaped from the cage, and Captain America and Falcon let him go. General Ross gave him an ultimatum, and he must bring the rebellious Avengers back within 36 hours. In fact, at this time, he has already realized that the goal of the Council is not Bucky, but to make use of the problem, wanting to take the opportunity to wipe out Captain America and other Avengers who resist the bill. Thinking of the tough attitude of the 117 countries at the meeting, Stark felt more and more ominous. Steve and the others are okay. At least they can communicate. They just strive for fairer terms for the Avengers, and there's a possibility of redemption. But Thor has clearly expressed his attitude, and there is no need to discuss that at all, and he even made a statement about declaring war at the press conference. Damn it, he showed great threatening power in Sokovia, and now he comes to such a place again. I doubt that Washington will make extreme moves. Vision's emotionless voice came. I think this may be what this Lord Thor wants. Stark's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. It can only be said that those idiots on the council should be more rational. He shook his head to take his thoughts back and shouted to the opposite side. Steve, come back with me. You and your partner can all get a fair trial. No, Steve said sternly. You arrested the wrong person. He didn't do it. You have a problem with your judgment. Your old comrades killed a lot of people yesterday. It's the doctor. There are 5 other super soldiers like Bucky, and I can't let the other party find them first. Trust me. Steve tried to explain, but was interrupted by Stark. Okay, time is running out. Steve, you know what? I'm trying so hard to stop the alliance from falling apart, and you're bringing Clint into it. No, Tony, the moment you sign it, it's gone. Stark was stunned for a moment and said dejectedly, "Maybe. All right, now, hand over Winter Soldier. Please, don't make it difficult for me." He lowered his voice. "Otherwise, it will be people from the Special Forces, and they will not show affection." Steve still shook his head. "Sorry, I can't go back." The first internal strife since the establishment of the Avengers kicked off. I used to think that the legendary Thor was a hero, but he was like those demons who tried to destroy the world, the country that signed the Sokovia Act, with the threat of the Earth's security. He is a tyrant at all. Didn't you hear him? We should be in awe of him? Sorry, I will never be in awe of a person who threatens us with war. Do Myung in, Shung Myung. People are forgetful. Save the world once. They think you are a hero. But help them many times when they think it's your duty to save the world. The nature of everything changes. After scolding, I feel comfortable all over. My waist is no longer sore, and my back is no longer hurting. Thor is lying comfortably on the recliner, enjoying Peggy Carter's massage. I don't know about the back pain, but the sore back must be from last night. Sharon stuck out her tongue. It was so noisy last night, I couldn't sleep next door. Peggy won. This car is unstoppable. Presumably, there will be a lot of people scolding me outside, right? Thor said with a smile. Yes. Natalia was tapping on the computer beside her. At least half of the latest posts on Twitter are scolding you, and even comparing you to the head of state at the time, demanding that you be hanged for crimes against humanity. If you make it like this, don't you plan to explain it? Explain the fart, this is what I want. Seeing their disapproving expressions, Thor smiled and said, "It's good. Let's tell a story." There was a bully, and the neighbors didn't like him. One day, he suddenly did a good deed, and then he was praised as a good person by others. There's also a good man who often helps others. One day he is sick and can't help others. As a result, the neighbors scold him for being selfish. Peggy was thoughtful. You used to play the role of a good person, but now you're going to change your mind? Isn't it Blackened? That's how it's done in movies. Sharon Carter unceremoniously broke the stage. Ignoring the unscrupulous niece, Thor showed a cold smile. If the problem cannot be solved by reason, then use violence. Ding-ling-a-ling. The phone rang, and it was a number I had never seen before. Thor smiled lightly and put the phone to his ear. "Hey, let me guess which old friend is taking the risk to bring me news. The council has passed a decision. A nuclear bomb will be dropped on the Tritium estate in 10 minutes. Nick Fury's deep voice sounded. "Wow, I actually get this kind of treatment?" Thor whistled. Probably in the eyes of those people, nuclear bombs are omnipotent. Someone had informed him of this news a long time ago, half an hour earlier than Nick Fury, almost when the other party was still in the decision-making stage. "As expected, you already knew," Nick Fury said in a deep voice. "I hope you can show mercy. Also, try not to leave any traces." Nick Fury knows more than many people, and unlike others, he is more worried about Thor's revenge. Just a nuclear bomb to solve the problem? In his view, this is a dream. Back then in New York, Thor rushed into the 767 with a nuclear bomb to see him off, but there was no pressure at all. Even if it is detonated in advance, it probably won't hurt him. At most, it will arouse his anger and usher in tragic revenge. "Ha ha!" Thor laughed. "This old B************ D is much smarter than those idiots in the council. Don't worry, I will try my best to control the consequences." "Sky, is it resolved?" After hanging up the phone, Thor looked at Sky, who kept typing on the keyboard in front of the computer, and asked, "If it doesn't work, I have to personally send away the nuclear bomb. But for the follow-up plan, the effect will be worse. Under normal circumstances, what hackers invade can only be the public version of the network, a network that has connections with the outside world. The National Defense System is a military network, which is independent and will not be connected to the external network. The connection with the external network is fundamentally cut off, and there is no possibility of hacking. However, there are people inside who are different. Definitely not Thor's people, but Gene Bean's people. Sky hit the last key. Fixed. Now that the nuclear bomb control system has been taken over by me, where do you want it to be directed? Sky asked nervously. In her opinion, Thor is likely to drop nuclear bombs to some important areas, which will inevitably cause a large number of casualties. Even though she knew that the council was the first to take action, she still couldn't bear it. Thor saw what she was thinking and smiled lightly. Don't worry, it's a no man's land. Reach out and point to the map, probably on the sea between Hawaii and California. Sky gave him a suspicious look and entered a coordinate. Okay, next, it's time for the people in the council to see the consequences of launching a war. He made a phone call. Mr. Fisk, there is something that needs your cooperation. In a conference room. Sir, the missile with the nuclear warhead is out of control. What happened? How is it now? Us. A big man with 4 stars on his shoulders growled angrily. Just half an hour ago, the council finally made up its mind to launch a nuclear bomb at the Tritium Manor in spite of the world's displeasure. Since the other party is located in the suburbs of New York, doing so will inevitably lead to serious consequences. The council has even considered how to explain all this to the public. Unexpectedly, halfway through the launch of the nuclear bomb, there was a problem. The nuclear bomb didn't explode, it's just that the coordinates are wrong, and it's flying towards the southwest. The landing point should be in the northeast of the Pacific Ocean, and it shouldn't affect the mainland. The boss officer breathed a sigh of relief. Was it really just an accident? At the German airport, the battle between the Avengers is going on fiercely. On one side are Iron Man Stark, War Machine Rhodes, Super Robot Vision, and the little Spider-Man Peter Parker, who was temporarily captured by the young Black Panther T'Challa himself as a strong man. On the other side, Captain America with Winter Soldier Bucky, Hawkeye Clint, Falcon Sam, and newcomer Ant-Man Scott. Black Widow is missing on Iron Man's side, and Scarlet, which is missing on Captain America's side, which happens to be 5 against 5. At the airport, the battle was already heating up. Ant-Man turned into a giant tens of meters tall, frantically destroying the surrounding facilities and covering for Steve and Bucky. The gigantic Ant-Man seems to have the power to destroy the world in every gesture. But his movements were really not agile enough. The little Spider-Man sprinted around, tightly entangled him with thin silk threads, and his huge body finally crashed to the ground. Hawkeye, as the last member of the original 6-man team, was no match for Black Panther at all. He kept shooting arrows and trying to fly a kite, but Black Panther pounced on him and used his sliding shovel. The lake is on the ground. War Machine Rhodes did not escape his original historical fate. He was accidentally injured by Vision and fell from high altitude. An enraged Stark takes down the Falcon with full force. The teammates backstop bought time for Steve and Bucky. They ran fast and rushed towards the plane. Black Panther blocked the front. I didn't kill your father. Ba Ji said. Then why are you running? Black Panther retorted. You guys all think that I'm going to beat me to death. And if I don't run away, I'm stupid? Bucky cursed in his heart. Black Panther held them back, preventing them from boarding the plane. The roar of the battle armor sounded, and Stark came. Captain, stop. Rhodes has been seriously injured, and we can't afford more losses. Do you really want the Avengers to be consumed in unnecessary infighting? Steve looked down. The arrival of Stark means that the teammate after the break has been arrested and can no longer help. With Stark and T'Challa around, my own Bucky can't get away no matter what. A car rushed over at the fastest speed. Roar. A violent roar almost shook the entire sky. Boom. The car didn't have time to brake, and it was torn apart from it, causing a violent explosion. A green figure rushed out from the explosion, and with one palm, the unresponsive Black Panther was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Hulk! Hulk! What are you doing? Stark was shocked. Wasn't this guy in Wakanda? Why did he rush out at this juncture? With this guy around, things would be difficult today. Hulk ignored him, turned around, and said in an inarticulate tone, Go. Steve was taken aback. What the hell? So Hulk came to help him. He reacted, greeted Bucky, and rushed to the plane. Don't go. Stark tried to catch up, but was blocked by Hulk. Damn it, big man, you're in trouble. Stark was so angry that he was about to complete the task, but at the last moment a Hulk rushed out and obstructed him on purpose. You be ************. Call Veronica. In space, several huge amounts of metal fell down, surrounding Hulk like an upside-down bowl. The metal barrier vibrated violently and was torn apart by Hulk amidst the sound of metal tearing. What appeared in front of him was a metal warrior with huge amounts of metal. Anti-Hulk armor. In the original history, Anti-Hulk armor shined brilliantly in the Ultron event because it subdued the Hulk designed by Wanda and went mad. In this life, Wanda was taken home by Thor ahead of time. Well, the Avengers were brought in ahead of time, so they didn't appear. And now, this epic battle has finally happened. Hello, Mr. Thor Odinson. I am Edwards, a high-level agent of the FBI. Regarding the case of killing an illegal intruder at the Tritium estate last Saturday, the Bureau has new investigation leads. I hope to cooperate with you. Us. A black middle-aged man stood at the gate of the manor, took out his ID to prove his identity, and asked Thor to go with them. Are you kidding? A case that has already been determined can be overturned casually? We are completely legal with ironclad evidence. Skye jumped on the spot and asked the FBI gang to take over. Even if nothing happened, they could make trouble for you. Although she usually likes to argue with Thor, in fact, she has long regarded Thor as the closest person. 0. Seeking flowers. But Paige and Sharon looked thoughtful. Surprisingly, Thor didn't refuse. Yes, but I have to explain to my family first. Can you wait a little longer? Definitely can. Thor finds Jane Foster. What the hell are you doing? Those people calling you over at this time must have malicious intentions. Are you still going? Aren't you afraid that you won't come back? She definitely knew Thor couldn't be hurt by mere mortals, but it was this guy who always pretended to be mysterious and made her mad. Thor smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, nothing will happen. By the way, where is Mjolnir? Use it for me, I need it tonight. Stormbreaker is powerful, but there are some things Mjolnir makes easier. What hurts is that now Miss Jane has higher authority over Meow Hammer than him. Miss Jane glanced at him suspiciously. For ordinary people, there seems to be no difference between the Meow Hammer and Thor's fist, right? But she still nodded. Following the FBI agent, he got into the car and arrived at the New York branch. The agent led him into the interrogation room. A burly figure appeared in front of Thor, bending his waist humbly. Your Highness, I have already arranged for your order. Do you have any other needs? This fat man is none other than the current mayor of New York, Wilson Fisk, the king of the underground, Kim Bin. The Hulk battle at the airport came to an end. The Berserk Hulk confronted the Anti-Hulk armor and demolished a large number of parts. However, Anti-Hulk armor has a great advantage. It can replenish materials constantly, and it is almost always in a state of full blood. Realizing that he was no match, Hulk raised a steel pillar and nailed the Anti-Hulk armor to the ground. While the opponent was repairing, he ran away with oil on his feet. Stark's face turned green. Is Hulk such a jerk these days? Mr. Stark, after a preliminary examination, Mr. Rhodes' vertebrae to lumbar vertebrae were broken in 4s, 3s, and his spinal cord was severely torn. He is likely to be paralyzed in the future. We will do our best, but please be mentally prepared. In the inspection center, a doctor in a white coat is reporting to Stark. Stark's face twitched in pain. As someone with a wealth of medical knowledge and field experience, he knew exactly what that meant. He thought about it, and with the mentality of giving a try, he took out his mobile phone. Hi, is this Dr. Strange? On a highway in the United States, a sports car is running fast. Dingling. The bell rang, and the man in the driver's seat switched on the call. The vertebrae are comminuted and the spinal cord is severely torn. Is there any hope? Strange raised an eyebrow. I can do it, and I thought it would be a challenging job. But since it was introduced by you, Mr. Stark, I accepted it even though it was a minor operation. Send me the film. Then, several shocking photos appeared on the screen. He frowned, fiddled with the photos, and muttered to himself. Wow, did this dude fail to open the parachute? He fell so badly? Couldn't it be that Stark crashed wearing a battle suit? As a medical expert, I guessed it at first glance. He who was watching the filming did not notice that an out-of-control car was rushing towards him. After hanging up the phone, Stark felt much better. He was already in despair, thanks to the doctor, Shur Chuanchi, who took the shrapnel for him back then. Although his personality is a bit bad, his medical skills are absolutely beyond doubt. Speaking of which, it was recommended by Thor at the time. Thor Stark reacted immediately. Friday, search keywords, Thor. Thor. A female voice came. New York Times, at 10:35 this morning, the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation has sent Mr. Thor to the New York branch to assist in the investigation regarding the incident of shooting and killing illegal intruders. According to surveillance, these few the other party disappeared in the interrogation room. It looked like nothing happened, but Stark's brows were still deeply frowned. At least he knew that Thor asked Minerva to shoot, but according to the castle law and non-background law, what he did was originally legal. There is no problem at all, and there is nothing to investigate. It's weird that the FBI called him to cooperate originally. What's even weirder is that Thor still cooperates obediently. Besides, Vision is also a little puzzled. Also, the surveillance footage inside the FBI does not seem to be kept secret, as if it is being broadcast live to the public, which is very strange. Stark thought for a moment, and suddenly his face became a little ugly. I see. He did this on purpose, deliberately using a normal-looking way to expose it to people's sight, so as to create an alibi. F***K. This is going to cause trouble. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Mr. Stark, a middle-aged man named Bruce Banner, is looking for you. In the hall, the young Black Panther T'Challa dialed his sister with an ugly face. Hello, is that Surue? I want to ask you, do you know what happened to Banner? Seeing that he was about to catch the enemy who killed his father, at the critical moment, he was disturbed by his prospective brother-in-law, and his already dark face turned even darker. I don't know. He answered the phone and rushed out in a hurry. Call? Who called? I don't know. It's an American number. Hanging up the phone, T'Challa was lost in thought. Banner's strange behavior must be related to the mysterious call of 4.4. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I didn't have time to explain to you just now, so I had to wait until the transformation is over before coming to you. Banner's voice came from the door. T'Challa was startled, looked towards the door, and asked with a livid face, Do you know what you were doing? I'll let the Winter Soldier go, because he was wronged. Banner took out a mobile phone. I was still thinking about how to make you believe me, but now let's take a look at the information that the Berlin police just sent. California is a state on the Pacific coast of the western United States. Before the gold rush, it used to be a ghostly place where people didn't shit and birds didn't lay eggs. Because of the discovery of gold mines, this place gradually became prosperous. Until today, it has become the most developed state in the United States, and its economic scale even exceeds that of the United Kingdom. San Diego, a city on the Pacific coast of California, is located in the extreme southwest corner of the continental United States. It is the second largest city in California, second only to Los Angeles. There are many military bases in San Diego, mainly the U.S. Navy, U.S. Marine Corps, and U.S. Coast Guard. The most famous of these is the San Diego Naval Base, where the headquarters of the U.S. 3rd Fleet are located. Many people think that the most powerful fleet of the United States is the 7th Fleet, which is showing off its might all day long in the Far East, but it is not. The real strongest fleet is the 3rd Fleet, which consists of 4 aircraft carrier battle groups, a surface ship brigade, an attack helicopter wing, a littoral combat ship squadron, and an expeditionary detachment. The independent combat system directly obeys the orders of the Joint Commander to undertake various tasks, such as implementing the Pacific Theater strategy in wartime, preventing regional conflicts in peacetime, and training the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps. The 3rd Fleet has 4 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, and its overall strength is almost 1/3 that of the U.S. Navy. Santiago has a Mediterranean climate, and it usually seldom rains in summer. The warm climate, beautiful coastline, and numerous beaches make it a resort. However, at noon today, a strange downpour fell on the originally clear sky. Facing the unpredictable weather, tourists on vacation have nothing to do except complain a few words. What everyone didn't expect was that the heavy rain just now turned out to be the precursor of the tsunami. This is an unprecedented huge tsunami, thousands of feet of huge waves, almost covering the sky, making everything so small. The power of the sea has finally let people see what it means to overwhelm mountains and seas. Wherever huge waves pass, all facilities are instantly disintegrated. Inside the San Diego Naval Base, the piercing siren sounded. Run! The tsunami is coming. It's over, Dan. There were hoarse roars everywhere, and countless people ran away desperately. An officer watched helplessly as a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, like a flatboat in the face of the danger of the sea, was swept up by the monstrous waves and rushed several thousand meters into the air, then fell toward a shipyard. Boom! The explosion sounded, and it was immediately submerged by the waves. The Sea Giant, the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier that symbolizes the absolute power above the sea, is even a fate-determining existence for some countries. At this moment, in the face of the mighty power of nature, it was fragmented in an instant. "Is this the Leha number?" he muttered. "There is no time to be sad. Soldiers can escape as quickly as possible, but the fleet cannot." On this day, destined to be remembered by history, the second largest naval base of the U.S. Navy and the largest port in the Pacific, the San Diego Naval Base suffered the most horrific attack in human history. Including the Third Fleet, nearly 100 warships in the base were either torn apart by the tsunami or swept into the sea. The only fortunate person, thanks to the immediate rescue, the loss of personnel is not large. Moreover, due to the previous heavy rain, even if more people evacuated from the beach, there was enough time to escape. Even so, this is a disaster. For this country, the loss is even several times that of Pearl Harbor in the last century. 4 Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and 4 Los Angeles-class nuclear submarines have become history. The most powerful Third Fleet, a force capable of destroying more than 90% of the world's countries, has thus become history. 1/3 of the powerful navy that the United States relied on to dominate the world evaporated in a few hours. Revenge. This must be revenge. 083. The top executives in Washington were boiling, and they got the news immediately. The 4-star general who personally carried out the nuclear bomb launch was roaring with anger at the moment. "This is a challenge to us, and it must not be tolerated. I suggest that an all-out war be launched at all costs." The other higher-ups fell silent. The opponent completely destroyed the Third Fleet in just a few hours, which means that it can also destroy more. After all, they didn't have the courage to put all their eggs in one basket. Chief, unknown email. A soldier opened the page, and what came into view was a symbol of nuclear weapons and a small map. Virginia? Norfolk Naval Base. "They are warning us." A middle-aged man blurted out, and everyone gasped. The largest naval base, with 3 major fleets and 5 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. If you follow in the footsteps of San Diego, you can basically announce the end of the era of hegemony. The news from San Diego has not yet come, and New York is already in chaos. Several major TV towers hijacked the background at the same time and replaced it with videos and photos. This is all kinds of black history of the council over the years, some content that had been completely deleted without any trace. Supporting different countries to go to war behind their backs and making a lot of money from wars, supporting terrorists to do things in the Middle East, and finally making the other party bigger, calling a bag of washing powder a weapon of mass destruction, bombing a country with holes in it. Many important institutions are monitored, but that is only for security reasons, and they are usually stored for a period of time before being deleted. No one would have thought that those surveillance recordings, which should have long since ceased to exist, were revealed to the world at this time. When technology crushes, many impossible things become possible. Especially Sibin is a super hacker. If these contents only caused Lau Mei's international image to plummet, the following 2 videos completely ignited the anger of the public. The first footage was on the former SHIELD helicarrier, with Nick Fury watching the devastation on the big screen with concern. The large monster on the screen, many people can see that it is the New York War. The council sent a message, and Nick Fury was arguing with each other on the screen. Director Nick Fury, after a unanimous council discussion, has taken the decision to nuke New York. I will not execute such a stupid order. Your battleship is the closest to the battlefield. Immediately dispatch fighters. Once again, I will not carry out such an order. Unless my team is completely defeated, I will never drop a nuclear bomb on my own civilians. Director Nick, the board of directors has gone to your command and ordered the launch of a nuclear bomb to New York. Damn, these idiots. Contact the Avengers. On the screen, it was switched to Stark dragging the nuclear bomb to prevent it from falling, and Thor, who took the nuclear bomb, rushed into the portal that was about to close. The second video took place last night. The council decided to launch a nuclear bomb on the Tritium Manor to eliminate the threatening Avengers. But that's the suburbs of New York. The consequences of a nuclear explosion are catastrophic. No, the Avengers are the source of the disaster. Besides, the distance between that place and Wall Street is far enough. What can't be affected at most affects the slums, just to save some relief funds. But how do we explain all this to the public? Nuclear leaks, illegal research. Civilians only need an explanation to fool them around. And then just find some reason and put the blame on the Avengers. Chief, the missile is out of control. The nuclear bomb didn't explode. It's just that the coordinates are wrong, and it's flying towards the southwest. The landing point should be in the northeast of the Pacific Ocean, and it shouldn't affect the mainland. It seems to be an accident. Cancel the plan for now. During the period after the New York War, Thor once asked Sky to collect information and kill the congressman as a warning. In fact, it doesn't need to be so troublesome to deal with a mere chess piece. The really important information for Sky to prepare is the video of launching a nuclear bomb to New York. As for the content last night, after a senior official controlled by Gene Bing sent the information, Thor immediately asked Sky to act and finally got the video material. If the previous content is just the sins of the United States abroad, at most people despise Washington's behavior. The content of the two nuclear strikes towards New York completely aroused the anger of the people. Are we living in a terrorist country? My God, our government is dropping nukes on us. Oh, I'm moving out of New York. It's too dangerous. I survived the mushroom cloud twice. Hell, we're so stupid to want an organization that drops nukes on civilians to control the Avengers that stop us from being nuked. Of Lee's. Thor, who had just returned from the FBI, delivered a speech at the right time. The biggest reason I disagree with the Sokovia Act is that I don't want an organization that launches nuclear bombs at its own people to control the most powerful force in the world. 4 years ago, fortunately, this stupid bill hadn't been born. Otherwise, New York would have ceased to exist. According to the bill, the council would threaten us with the family members of the Avengers and sit back and watch the nuclear bomb explode. The Avengers can't take care of everything. There will always be accidents. But we have always tried our best to save everyone, instead of taking the lives of civilians as casualties. Public opinion has always been easy to incite, just as the council provokes the public to morally kidnap the Avengers. Thor is also using the public to oppress the council at this moment. At such a juncture, the news of the California tsunami came. This time, not only New York but the entire United States is boiling. Some authoritative brick experts questioned, "I never thought that the scene in the Doomsday Collapse would happen in reality. There has never been such a terrifying tsunami in the history of California. Even a Category 5 hurricane is not so big power." The nuclear bomb launched by the council before failed and fell off the West Coast, and the tsunami occurred less than an hour later. Are the two related? Did the shockwave of the nuclear bomb cause this disaster? Headed by the mayor of New York, Wilson Fisk, the critics issued 327 speeches denouncing Washington and the council. In front of countless reporters, Jean showed a look of compassion and said sadly, "Our country is no longer the lighthouse country of freedom and democracy. Now she is already a stage for dirty politicians. Yesterday was New York, today is San Diego. Council of shameless politicians will bring our country to hell." In fact, the equivalent of that nuclear bomb is not large, and it cannot cause such a terrible disaster at all. But at this time, no matter what the council explained, no one believed it. The latent power that Kim had accumulated over the years played a role, and a large number of officials under his control spoke out with rhythm. And for a time, the entire United States was filled with protests and riots. Countless public facilities and statues of presidents were vandalized by angry people. Many buildings were ignited by the fire, and the flames continued throughout the night. The White House, had to be surrounded by barbed wire, and the president even hid in the basement several times. What a beautiful landscape, Thor spoke leisurely. I already regret letting Sky mess around with you. Peggy looked at him with black lines all over her head. She never thought that things would turn out to be so big, that New York would soon become Syria. Like a child who made a mistake, Sky hid behind Thor and stuck out his tongue. Peggy Carter's rage plus 100. Seeing her angry appearance, Thor couldn't help laughing and said, "You're not an American. Why are you so excited? Didn't you see that the braised eggs didn't even come to see me?" It is impossible to cause such serious chaos by mere provocation. The reason for this is the disregard and humiliation of the people by the council. Do you know why Nick Fury hasn't approached me so far? Because he also doesn't like the decisions of these politicians. They need to be made aware of the consequences of doing so. In fact, with Peggy Carter's intelligence, she could have thought of this level, but she is more emotional. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. Chaos is only temporary. The world needs stability, but more justice. Thor said with a sudden smile. Look, yesterday I was called a tyrant, and today I immediately became a savior. It seems that in the hearts of the people, the Avengers are much more trusted than the Council. There's a lot of chicken feathers in the country, and the two sides of the current civil war don't know it yet. After being scolded in the sea prison, Stark finally found out where Steve was. He rushed over immediately and didn't even have time to watch the domestic news. In a military base in Siberia, the duo Dundong, who were living a happy world for two, ushered in an unexpected guest. "Hey, don't shoot. I didn't start a fight. I didn't tell Rose you came here, and I don't plan to tell him. Otherwise, I will be arrested." These words undoubtedly told him again that he did not comply with the law, and in a sense, he was right to admit that Steve was right. Steve put away the shield, stepped forward to shake his hand. "Nice to meet you, Stark." "Me too." Bucky puts a gun down. The three walked into the base that cultivated Winter Soldier together. They didn't notice that there was a black shadow behind them. Chala, who learned the truth from Banner, also found here, looking for Zemo. What surprised them was that the other Winter Soldier who were supposed to be controlled by Zemo died in the culture container at this moment. An indifferent voice sounded. "Do you really think I need these fighters?" "No, their only function is to attract you." Behind a blast door, Zemo's figure slowly appeared. Steve stepped forward and asked, "You created the Vienna attack to lure us here?" Stark, who knew his identity, also asked, "You are from Sokovia. Is that for this?" He was a little puzzled. If it was for revenge, why did he kill the Winter Soldier here? "Sokovia was hopeless before you blew it up. I lost everyone, and so will you." He opened a video showing December 16th, 1991, the eve of the disintegration of the Red Empire. Zemo smiled mysteriously and pointedly said, "An empire subverted by the enemy can make a comeback, but an empire that collapses from within will perish forever." All three eyes were attracted by the video, and Zemo slowly left the base. On the video, a black and white screen played a video, a car crashed into the book, and the old figure slowly crawled out. Bucky recognized this scene and lowered his head guiltily. In the picture, Howard Stark, who fell on the ground, recognized Bucky and called out, which seemed to make him regain some sanity. However, the opponent was only stunned for a few seconds before punching him heavily with that metal arm. Putting down Howard, who was not breathing, the Winter Soldier in the picture walked to the co-pilot and found that there was no one there. The only target is Howard, and Bucky is no longer troublesome. He blows up the surveillance camera with one shot and walks away. The screen disappears. Steve looked at Stark with some concern. He already understood Zemo's purpose and let them kill each other. Stark closed his eyes and was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, showing a weird expression. Steve, I have to say, your partner seems to be quite unprofessional, assassinating a 10-year-old man. But he missed it. Uh, Steve, who was already waiting for the battle, was taken aback. What does this expand? It took a while to react, and he was a little uncertain. Mr. Howard, is he not dead? Stark nodded slowly. The Winter Soldier on the side suddenly showed a relieved expression. He and Howard didn't have many intersections, but the other party was of great help to Steve. If he really died at his own hands, it would be very difficult for him to face sure. Stark saw his doubts and slowly explained, "At that time, many doctors announced my father's death. Then, the corpse was fraudulent. Moreover, he seems to have discovered his own weird ability. No matter how serious the injury is, he can slowly recover. Therefore, in the last few years of his life, he tried almost all the sports that he wanted to participate in but dared not. Said, 'Get up, it's a blessing in disguise.'" Steve's eyes widened. Isn't this too fantastical? He even suspected that Stark was making up stories to comfort himself. Can't you be so heartless? Before he died, he drew a tube of blood and asked me to study the difference. It turned out that I did find a mysterious substance, although it was thin, that made him different from ordinary people. Super soldier serum? Steve's heart skipped a beat. Stark shook his head. I wondered if the old man took it for himself, but no. Knowing that years ago, I finally found the source. Maya Hansen's lab, Extremis. Thor once appeared in that era, and he had a lot of intersections with my father. All of this must be his handwriting. Compared with coincidence, I prefer him to have the ability to predict the future, which was carried out decades in advance. Layout 0. Seeking flowers. When Stark said this, he couldn't help feeling a little bit pained. He really didn't want to mention his father in front of Thor, because it always made him a generation shorter. In fact, the reason why his father drove alone that night was because he had just quarreled with his mother, and the reason was that Thor had badmouthed him in front of his father decades in advance. The silent Bucky suddenly said, "I should apologize to you, though. I remember all of this, and although I didn't mean to, I did almost kill your father." Stark nodded. "Your apology, I accept. In fact, my father didn't say anything about that night until his death. Since he didn't care anymore, why should I pursue it? My father, since then, he handed over the company to me and went to enjoy life by himself and never appeared in public again. Maybe many people thought he was gone when he was at B asterisk 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 D." Outside the base, Zemo picked up the earphones and listened to the movement inside. He was already imagining the fighting sounds of the Avengers fighting. "Sorry, I apologize on behalf of Bucky. It doesn't matter. All this is not his fault. After all, he was controlled by Hydra during that time. It was just a weapon. The real culprit is Hydra. Thank you for understanding." Zemo, who didn't hear the consequences, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. F asterisk asterisk K. This script is wrong. That's all for killing your father? Stark, are you so generous? The demeanor that Zemo has always maintained has finally collapsed. He never imagined that the Wong Jia, which he had painstakingly designed, would become a pair of 3. Black Panther slowly came from behind. Almost killed the wrong person. Is this what you want? Let them kill each other? It's just that you won't get what you want. Zemo's plan has always had a major premise. That is, Stark loses his mind. Otherwise, Bucky's trial would be acquitted due to being controlled by Hydra. After figuring this out, he also slowly calmed down and slowly told his own story. "My dad lived out of town, and I thought it would be safe. My son was so excited he could see Iron Man through the car window. I told my wife not to worry. They were fighting in the city, far away. Know something will happen. However, after the ashes cleared, it took me 2 days to find 0, 7, and their bodies. My father, even when he was reduced to ashes, was holding my wife and children, and the Avengers just went back. They gave me a lot of compensation, but it's far from enough to make up for my family's life. But I know I don't have the ability to take revenge, so I can only find a way to make them kill each other. I'm sorry about your father's death. He seemed to be a good man." Chala quietly listened to him and whispered, Revenge has already swallowed you, and I will not let myself be swallowed. He also patted Zemo's hand that was about to commit suicide and said in a cold voice, "The living ones are going to settle accounts with you." When I came, I had already told General Ross the truth about the Vienna bombing. However, he didn't care at all. Perhaps you're right. The purpose of the council is to let the Avengers become their personal armament. Super ability people do need to be restrained, but not now, nor should it be in this way. You are wanted. Go away. I will treat you as if I didn't see you. Steve nodded. Bucky said, "If you can, find a place and freeze me again. I can't trust my brain. It may get out of control at any time. I think continuing to sleep is the best choice." The figure of Black Panther appeared. "Come to Wakanda. I may have a way to clear the voice in your brain as compensation for hunting you down for so long." After walking a few steps, Steve suddenly thought of something, turned around, and handed a mobile phone to Stark. "Anyway, if you need us, if you need me, I'll be there as quickly as possible." Walking out of the abandoned base, Stark took a deep breath. "Friday, what's the current situation in Dacia?" "Mr. Stark, I suggest you see for yourself." Several news items jumped out. Shocking scandal. The council was revealed to have twice approved the launch of a nuclear bomb against New York. The most destructive tsunami in history swept across San Diego. The San Diego Naval Base was almost destroyed, and the entire Third Fleet was wiped out. Many experts said that the California tsunami was probably caused by the council's launch of nuclear bombs into the sea. Stark's eyeballs nearly popped out. "Friday, are you sure today is not April Fool's Day?" He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. "Silent Friday. Okay, I have to hurry back. If my building is also ordered, it will be big." "Don't worry, sir. Most New Yorkers think you're the savior who rescued them from the mushroom cloud, and the Stark building is already considered a shrine. Oh, and the cemetery of former S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury is covered with flowers." "Stark, is this the only good news?" Stark is speechless now. Think on your toes. He could guess that it was definitely not a coincidence that so many things broke out at the same time. There must be someone behind it all. The most likely driving force behind this is, before departure, what Banner said when he found himself was still in my ears. "Thor called and told me that you arrested the wrong person, and the real murderer was that fake psychiatrist. He deliberately attracted the captain to go. And the captain is now don't know what's going on. He needs help. You sent us away on purpose, didn't you?" Stark murmured. In the air in New York, Stark and Vision watched the chaos below, silent. "Is this still New York?" Stark murmured. "Isn't this a lack?" It was still before yesterday. Vision's emotionless voice sounded. "The current riots are not so much dissatisfaction with the government, but perhaps more anger at the disillusionment of the American dream. Perhaps this is a good thing. Instead of hiding the scourge, it is better to let the people see all of this." Steve is right. This country is no longer the beacon of freedom and democracy that it used to be. It needs a new life. Stark muttered, "New?" Suddenly his eyes moved, and he saw a strange house. It is obviously an ordinary door, but as long as those thugs approach it, they will unconsciously bypass it. Vision apparently noticed too. Mind Gem told me that it found a familiar atmosphere. On the other side of this door, it seems to be another world. Go and see. Maybe there is some secret. The two landed and were about to knock on the door as they walked forward. "Forget it. It's just an old house in disrepair. What's so interesting about it? Let's go. The world is so chaotic. Let's go home and hide." Stark waved his hand and walked away. "I think so." Vision followed. On the other side of the gate, Ian slowly opened his eyes. As a sorcerer supreme with thousands of years of wisdom, everything that happens in New York cannot be hidden from her. Looking at the scene outside the door, she sighed. For her, who has witnessed the rise and fall of countless empires, she has seen many such things. "Your Highness Sorcerer Supreme, are we really not going to interfere? Obviously, you only need one thought to calm all of this." Fatty Wong next to him asked suspiciously. His state of mind is far less powerful than that of Ancient One, and he can't be neither sad nor happy about all this. Ancient One shook his head slowly. "It's okay. We don't need to take action, and the chaos will subside sooner or later. Countless history tells me that human beings are forgetful. After a while, they will return to their original positions and repeat themselves. The purpose of Kamar-Taj is to prevent external enemies from destroying the earth and will not intervene in the secular world. Fatty Wong complained in his heart. A certain foreign god almost cut the world police into dogs. Isn't it considered sabotage? Would sinking California be called destruction? Seeing his expression, Ancient One definitely knew what he was thinking and sighed slightly. Theoretically speaking, a butterfly in the Amazon rainforest of South America, occasionally flapping its wings, can cause a tornado in Texas 2 weeks later. So now all the bricks and beasts are saying that the cause of the California tsunami is attributed to the nuclear bomb launched by the council. Butterflies are so fierce, let alone a nuclear bomb? Only Ancient One knew clearly that there was an Asgardian in the center of a super tornado at sea that day, spinning a meow hammer. Fortunately, he saw that Thor's main target was those military facilities, not innocent people. In fact, Thor did not intend to come up with many casualties. He is very clear that in the eyes of many politicians in the United States, the death of 180,000 people is a number, and the sinking of his several aircraft carriers can make them feel distressed. It stands to reason that she should stop it, but since the other party is Thor, forget it. There was a saying that she didn't tell anyone. It violated the rule long ago, peering into the future with the eye of Agamotto, including after her death. No matter how the future develops, Thor is the core that drives the world. The difference lies in whether it serves as the hope for the future of the world or as a gravedigger. This is an existence that Blacken is countless times more terrifying than Caecilius or the possible future, so Ancient One is very cautious about everything related to Thor. Besides, even without considering righteousness, Kamar-Taj's time is running out, and the future will eventually be handed over to Doctor Strange. At this time, offending a super strong person will cause all kinds of harm, but no benefit. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look in Strange's direction. His hands were now covered with plaster, and he had fallen into the lowest point of his life. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. Even in such a situation, the other party still did not give up treatment. As the future Sorcerer Supreme, the will is really good, Emo de Zhao. But this is bound to be in vain. There were only a few ways to save his hands. Except for Kamar-Taj, the healthy Sher Chuan himself, Wakanda, who will never fight for outsiders, and Extremis, who regenerated his limbs. Extremis? Ancient One's expression changed, and he saw that Strange was making a call with a pen in his mouth. F***K. Ancient One couldn't help but uttered the first swear word in thousands of years. She was shocked and rushed towards Thor's direction immediately. Odin's cub, I don't care about anything else, but if you dare to lose the apprentice I have waited so hard for, I will fight the price with you. Thor, did you know that my former colleague Strange was in a car accident? Oh, Thor frowned and asked, how was the injury? He was trapped in the car for a long time. When a helicopter found him, he had already missed the best time to treat the nerve injury. 11 stainless steel nails were inserted into the bone, multiple ligaments were torn, and the nerves in his hands were severely damaged. Now he has almost no feeling in his hands. Speaking of this, Christine couldn't help feeling a little sad. As a surgeon, no one knows the importance of a pair of hands to a doctor better than her. Not to mention a miracle doctor like Strange. Oh, so serious? Thor was a little puzzled. In the original book, Strange didn't seem to be so miserable, right? He could barely shave before. He couldn't help asking. It's logical that it shouldn't be like this? Doesn't he have a colleague named Nick who is also very skilled in medicine? 640. Christine shrugged, but Nick just couldn't be contacted at that time, and I found out later that I went to the parade. Thor helped his forehead, so he still cheated him? Thor couldn't help asking. Then you can do it too. You just acted as a family doctor for me, and you didn't sign a contract of prostitution. It's nothing to help a friend with an operation. Christine shook her head and said in a low voice, No, I'm not good enough in neurosurgery. However, he contacted me and said he wanted to meet with you. No problem, anytime. In a high-end cafe, Thor cut to the point. Tell me, what can you do to me? On the opposite side, Strange didn't have the slightest youthful youth and looked extremely embarrassed. He tremblingly tried to lift the coffee cup. With his snap, the coffee cup fell heavily on the table. The sound of shattering cups broke the silence in the cafe. Strange looked at his hands and said in pain, "Did you see that? Quack doctors ruined me. Now, probably only you can help me. I heard that you have a potion that can regenerate limbs. Extremis. I am willing to use all my assets." "Wait," Thor interrupted him and said lightly, "I'm not short of money. But you helped Stark, so it's okay if I give you a potion, but I'm sorry, it still doesn't work." "What?" "Because some bald magician told me not to help you." "Bald-headed magician?" Strange was taken aback for a moment, and then his face turned angry. "Oh my God. Even if you reject me, there's no need to use a fortune-telling liar to fool me, right?" The Ancient One magician far away, in Kamartaj, twitched the corner of his mouth. Thor held back his laughter and said in a low voice, "Although I can't help you, I can show you a clear way." "What?" "Nepal, Kathmandu." "Are you sure? There's a doctor out there who can cure me." "Uffa." Strange looked suspicious. "Isn't this one of the least developed countries in the world? Could it be possible to meet hidden genius doctors in that kind of place?" Thor smiled mysteriously. "I didn't say it was a doctor. Go there, and remember to find a place called Kamartaj. There, you will see your true destiny." "Can you be more specific?" Thor thought about it for a second, then nodded. "To be honest, I also think it's better to order directly. It's too troublesome to go around. Let me give you a ride." Stretching out a hand and swipe in the air, a golden circle of light slowly appeared. "What do you want?" Strange looked vigilant. Once bitten by a snake for 10 years and afraid of well ropes, he remembered the experience of being free-falling. Thor ignored him, waved his hand, and the golden halo came towards him. "Out!" Strange fell to the ground with a thud, raised his head, and found that everything in front of him had changed. "Where is this?" This is an antique-looking hall. Many people wear strange clothes, full of mystery. In the middle of the hall, 10 middle-aged, bald women in yellow monk robes were staring at him blankly. In the disappearing portal, Thor's voice came, "Master Ancient One, the person you want has been sent to you." Ancient One's forehead is full of black lines. Why does he seem to be trafficking people? I wanted to wait for him to go through more hardships and investigate carefully, but Thor sent him here directly. Looking at Strange with a suspicious expression, Ancient One sighed. "Young man, I already know the purpose of your visit. Do you believe in the existence of magic?" "I believe." Ancient One's prepared rhetoric can't be played out. Moda magician asked curiously, "Can you tell me why?" "It stands to reason that it is difficult for people who have received so many years of materialistic education to believe in our existence for the first time. Because a guy named Thor used magic on me. And didn't you see how I was thrown here?" Ancient One, Modu, 26. The plot of Doctor Strange involves Dormammu, a super boss, and I can't get involved. Falling in love with Doctor Strange. Bah. Negotiating terms? I got kicked in the head by a donkey for doing this. What's more, he has a body of steel, so it's really not an easy job for Dormammu to kill himself. Back then, I worked under Hela in exchange for the skill Death Resistance. In any case, time will go back after death, which is similar to the time set by Doctor Strange. For so many years, maybe I'm too good at it, I have never used this skill, and I almost forgot. The next major plot, Stark training his son, may not happen for a while. New York is in chaos right now. With school classes suspended, our good neighbor Peter Parker is shivering at home. Dingling, the phone rang. Pick it up and look, it's not a signal on the Earth. There is a special communicator in the universe. Thor has made some modifications and merged it with the function of the mobile phone on the Earth. "Hi, is that a rocket? Help. I'm dying. There's a golden mad woman who sent a large number of troops to hunt us down." Back then, because he helped forge the battle axe, Thor once told the Guardians of Galaxy that he could help once in any crisis. In fact, Thor killed his father Egg in order to complete Star-Lord's mission of worrying about his father. But now, that's obviously not the case. Crazy Golden Lady? Could it be that you stole something from someone else? If I guessed right, it should be from Sovereign. The golden skin species is a highly evolved society with very powerful genetic engineering technology and unmanned spaceships, which would be driven and controlled at interstellar distances. The leader is the High Priest Aisha. It's not me. It's that idiot Quill molesting the High Priest. Thor, is this the truth? When watching the movie, he was still very puzzled. He sent so many fleets to chase and kill Xingjue and his party just for a few batteries. Are the Sovereigns idiots? Well, it seems the case has been solved now. Xingjue's dissatisfied voice sounded. Can you blame me? The High Priest said it himself. He wants to have an academic exchange with me. The ancient method of creating humans. So you sneaked in her room at night and were caught by the guards. Thor cut off the call, not wanting to hear them drive anymore. There seems to be a little deviation in the plot. In the original book, Xingjue seems to have rejected the other party's secret glances, right? He didn't know that because he experimented with the brain damage technique, he accidentally tricked Xingjue, causing the other party to dance awkwardly without needing to attract attention, and it is said that he almost naked in public. For this reason, the progress of the relationship between Gamora and him has been slowed down a lot. Hi, is Thor there? Stark was so anxious that he came to the door. No, he just went out alone yesterday. It may take a while before he comes back. Natalia opened the door for him. So, asked for flowers. Damn it, I just called again, and Doctor Strange actually told me that he changed his career, and Rhodes is still paralyzed. Perhaps you can go to Wakanda to try. The level of technology there, ordinary general paralysis, can only be considered a minor operation. Natalia said with her chin in thought. Okay, that's the only way. I'll contact Banner later. This guy is about to become the Prince of Wakanda. Stark nodded and walked back. After walking a few steps, she turned around, stared at her, and asked earnestly, Have you really decided to retire? Natalia smiled heartily. It's not that I'm going to retire. I'm just strictly abiding by this Sokovia Act and will never sell in any country that has signed the act. I don't want to be wanted, even if the world needs you. Stark said quietly. Yes. Natalia replied without any hesitation. That's not like you. Do you think I'm the kind of person who is willing to make sacrifices alone for the sake of the overall situation? Stark was silent. Natalia lowered her voice. You're right. It really doesn't look like me. To be honest, if I follow my own thinking, I might have been the one who agreed to sign the bill. But in this world, there is one person who can make me change my principles, and that is His Highness Thor. He told me that unless the Sokovia Act is announced, everything in this country has nothing to do with me, and everyone in the plantation estate has nothing to do with it. He said so I will. The island prison is not so much an island, as it is an underwater fortress with huge amounts of water. Avengers such as Hawkeye were imprisoned here because of their resistance to the Sokovia Act. As the place where the most powerful group of human eggs are held in the world, the guards here are more strict than any other place. Today, this prison ushered in an unexpected visitor. Why? You ran away from Leipzig airport, and now you are in a hurry to deliver it to your door? General Ross sneered at Steve as he entered. Enough, Steve said dryly. The bill was false 060 from the start. Also, the bombing in Vienna was always framed, and we were all designed. Ross was unmoved. Don't use these words to run on me. I am not a hot-blooded young man. The Avengers, the people imprisoned inside, may not be guilty, but they are all destabilizing existences. Even if you are the captain, leave it to me today. General Ross made a gesture, and a group of heavily armed soldiers rushed in, pointing their guns at him. Okay, I'm going to convince you. Boom! Hulk smashed through a wall, grabbed General Ross from behind, and threw him to the ground. The soldiers were startled, and Chi-Chi backed up a few steps, turning their guns on Hulk. Don't shoot, Steve said hastily. Otherwise, no one can stop Hulk. Enemies met each other and were extremely jealous. General Ross, who fell to the ground, gritted his teeth and said, Hulk. Hulk spat at him. Idiot General. Ross was unmoved and said to Steve, See, the Avengers are a threat. a threat to destabilize the world. Steve whispered, "You are wrong. As a soldier, the most important thing is to uphold justice, not to maintain stability." He looked up at the soldiers around him and asked, "Who can tell me where the Avengers are being held?" Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Just when Steve was about to go find it himself, a soldier leader suddenly put down his gun and spoke. "I know where they are." As Steve and Hulk left, General Ross glared at each other. "Sergeant Mike, why did you tell him?" "Because I believe in the captain." The isolated island prison was robbed, and General Ross contacted Stark immediately, but this guy was in Wakanda accompanying his good friend Rhodes for surgery, so he had no time to talk to him. General Ross reported all this to the council angrily and strongly demanded that the fugitive Avengers be arrested. However, at this time, the country has no mind to care about such trivial matters. A conflict triggered by the original few videos completely exposed the dark side of this country that was usually covered by freedom and civilization. Externally, as the mask of camouflage is torn, many countries are wary of the United States, including those so-called allies. Inside, on the streets, all over the country, the sky is full of flames. Although Washington sent many people to suppress it, this aroused the anger of the people, and even a large number of officials expressed their support for the march. The high-level officials in Washington, different camps attacked and accused each other, and in the end they even exposed the other side's black material hysterically. Originally, they all knew the truth of the cold lips and teeth. The problem is that no matter 4 years ago or recently, it is the same ruling party that dropped the nuclear bomb on New York. Based on the idea of pulling the opponent when they are stinky, the daily mutual blackmail began. In fact, in a legal sense, those so-called videos cannot be used as evidence because they were originally stolen by hackers, and images obtained through illegal means cannot be used as evidence. But at this time, who will take care of these things? People just need to believe all this, and that's enough. Thor's purpose of making this move is not for legal trials, but to set off a frenzy of fishing boats and destroy the people's confidence in the government of this country. It turns out he succeeded. All this has made many people of insight feel desperate. What happened to this country? People can't help thinking, at this time, only can save this country? Some sensitive people think of new possibilities. There are about 130 large and small political parties in the United States. Except for the ruling party and the opposition party, there are about 30 other parties that can be named, and there's almost no information on the remaining nearly 100 parties. Theoretically 0.9, those unknown political parties are eligible to send their own people to compete for the presidency. But in fact, they usually give up this right long ago because in the face of cruel competition, they can only start most, doomed not to go far. But now it seems that the two mainstreams have both fallen into the abyss. A lot of black history has been exposed by Thor, and it has also been thrown out during this period of time. All these made their reputation fall to the lowest point. Many people sensed an opportunity and began to make arrangements slowly. "Rocket, send me the space coordinates, and then the spacecraft stops for 10 seconds so that I can locate and transmit." "Are you kidding me?" Sovereign regards us as the most wanted criminal and has dispatched countless warplanes. At this time, if we stop for a second, we will be beaten into a sieve. It's all because Quill, an idiot, offended their high priest. Hey, don't talk nonsense, I'm innocent." "Quill, what are you kidding? Are you innocent of the night attack on the high priest?" Thor sighed. What a bunch of funny comparisons. Fortunately, I can survive in a vacuum. Let's go and see the situation. In space, a pursuit battle is unfolding. The overwhelming 7 small fighter jets are chasing and killing Star-Lord's Milano spacecraft. Where is the nearest habitable planet? Bohart Star, there's only one jumping point. The distance is 47 kilometers, but it needs to pass through a small planet belt. To fly through them, you have to be the best flight man in the universe. Then you're lucky. Xinjiue raised his lips and drove the spaceship into the small planet belt. It has to be said that Xingjue's driving skills are indeed top-notch, and he can easily navigate between meteorites. Bang, 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 bang. The impact sounded one after another, And the remote-operated sovereign spacecraft did not have this technology, and they hit meteorites one by one. Oh yeah, Xingjue whistled excitedly. It feels so good to use driving skills to show people's faces. In order to pretend better, he made a beautiful drift. F***K. Quill, what are you doing? Rocket yelled in horror. Calm down. I've been flying a spaceship since I was very young. This operation is trivial. As soon as the words fell, a meteorite in front of him quickly magnified in the field of vision. Xingjue only had time to veer downwards, and the wings of the spaceship rubbed. Crack, sound of metal tearing came to mind, and the Murano lost control all of a sudden, bumping back and forth between many small planets. Hey, then. Damn it, that's how Xingjue drives a spaceship. It's abominable. Boom. There was a loud noise, and even in a vacuum, the Guardians of Galaxy still heard this huge roar that seemed to destroy the world. The power of Bifrost struck from an endless distance, and the small planets within the range were instantly reduced to dust. Ha! You are finished. Rocket laughed wildly. A black figure rushed forward with lightning speed, smashed the last chasing fighter plane with a punch, and then entered the spaceship of Guardians of Galaxy in a flash. In the fighter plane control hall of Planet Sovereign, a group of people are watching the last pilot chasing. Bang! A figure flashed on the screen, and before he could react, the screen went black. F***K. He exploded in disbelief. These bastards must be cheating. Field, the crowd scattered around. Useless. If you can't beat it, just say that others cheated. It's really tasteless. They forgot that this guy actually lasted till the end. On the Milano, seeing Thor coming in, Drax laughed and said, "Did you see, Quill? This is the real man. It's much better than you being caught by someone else's high priest." The corner of Xingjue's mouth twitched, and he changed the subject. "Hey, buddy, where's your super big spaceship like a resort?" Thor shook his head and said, "The space teleportation is so big and the spaceship is so far away, I haven't really done it yet. In fact, this is just an excuse. The portal of Sling Ring is really not good. After all, it is no longer a professional magician, but Bifrost can. Worse yet, there is the Space Gem. However, Space Gem 627, Thor generally does not carry it with him, because he finds that carrying multiple infinite gems at the same time will cause a great burden on himself. The so-called principle that the original stone should not be too close is probably referring to this. The real reason is that Silver Guardian 2 is a battle of super gods, and Ego's level is higher than that of Purple Potato. 5 kilometers away from the jumping point, another large group of fighter planes rushed up. "My man, it's up to you," Xingjue said with a chuckle. Mangamong, he is not stupid. The super golden thigh in front of him. It is useless not to hug him. Thor smiled slightly and said in a low and mysterious voice, "I don't need to make a move. There is a god watching you." "What?" Xingjue was taken aback. In the next instant, 2 beams of light flashed, and all the sovereign spaceships were destroyed in an instant. "Oh, handsome!" The rockets let out an exaggerated cheer. Xingjue touched Thor on the shoulder and joked, "Dude, are you okay?" "Okay." Thor glanced at him. "If I try my best, I can do it." In fact, Thor pretended to be aggressive. With his own strength, he could indeed destroy these fighters in an instant, but that was when he shot with all his strength. And Egg did it with just one avatar, as expected of the celestial race. This strength, even if not as good as Odin at his peak, is not far behind. The spaceship is seriously damaged. If you don't want to scrap it, you should land first, the nearest Bohart star. Glancing at Egg, who was waving towards this side not far away, Thor reminded, "My lord, the opponent has destroyed all our fighter planes." In the Sovereign Control Room, all the screens were darkened. An adjutant reported to the Grand Police Bureau. "Who is the other party?" The identity of the one behind the shot is unknown. It seems that he has never heard of it. It is inferred that it should be the ancient life of the universe. According to the analysis, the one in front has a probability of more than 90% of the royal family of Asgard. "Asgard," the high priest whispered. The sovereign race, although extremely glass-hearted, is not stupid. The ancient name of Asgard has recently become popular again. At this time, no one wants to provoke these barbarians. Let's issue a wanted warrant. I think many people will be interested. No matter who the opponent is, find some cannon fodder to test the waters. Beside the spaceship that has been seriously shape-shifting, Drax laughed wildly by himself. Wow, ha 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 ha. It's so exciting to be chased by a planet. Quell, you idiot, you almost killed us. Gamora roared with saliva flying all over the place. And you, Rocket, you all have the ability to land the spaceship safely, and you almost killed us if you insisted on making troubles. Rocket refused to accept it and said, it was Quill who caused the trouble. Knowing that the Sovereigns are so vengeful, they even hit the High Priest's idea. Hey, little panda, don't talk nonsense. What? Yell again. Rocket jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, threw himself at Xingjue's hand, and clicked on his arm. Damn it, why are you biting people? It's over, I'm going to get a rabies vaccine. Xingjue threw the rocket away after losing all his energy. This bear cub bite really hard. Who told you to call me random nicknames? Thor looked at this group of teasers and was suddenly speechless. I'm often out of tune with you guys for not being perverted enough. I'm Groot, except that baby Groot is relatively normal and says, baby? Wait, how did Groot get so small? Thor is confused. I remember that Groot is not dead, and he made me an axe. Yes, Rocket explained to him. Participating in the forging of the ancient artifact, Groot told me that he found an opportunity for evolution, and then turned into a seed and germinated again. Is that so? Thor understood and asked, does it still have the memory of the past? Yes, but it's quite a coincidence that my personality has changed back to a child. Well-behaved. When he grows up and becomes obsessed with game consoles, I hope you can still say that. Thor snickered. Hey, congratulations for triggering the rocket-related mission. Nickname Storm. Complete the mission and you will be rewarded. Mission introduction. Every time the rocket meets different people, it will get a different nickname, even if it doesn't like it. Mission objective. Give Rocket a nickname and get his approval. Mission reward. Random mount lottery ticket. Mounts? Do Asgardians need them? Oh, it seems that it is really needed. Not to mention the funny operation of magical horses. Most of Asgard have big shots with heads and faces. Except for magicians, they generally have a cool mount. Valkyrie's Pegasus. Odin's eight-legged horse. Hela, the big wolfhound. Oh, by the way, Rocket, don't you think you need a nice title? Rocket is so cheesy. Is there? Rocket squinted at him. If it's a mouse, a rabbit, a fox, forget it. Wong Nu Ozho. Thor tentatively asked. Little raccoon? Crisp noodles? No. Prosperity? Tell me I'm not a dog. Bugs Bunny. Not a rabbit either. Pikachu. Isn't Pikachu you? No matter what Thor's proposal, Rocket's head shook like a rattle. Okay, buddy. The Rockets won't accept your title. Star-Lord gloated. So sure, what would you eat if you don't bet? Thor glanced sideways to meet him. Do you want to die for the little brat who raises arguments all day long? Star-Lord glanced suspiciously at Thor, then at Rocket, thinking about the possibility of the two colluding. Rocket said dissatisfied, Hey, what's in your eyes? Although I really want to see you eat shit, I also have principles, and I will never accept random nicknames casually. Drax laughed loudly. Queel, didn't you say that you were a real man? Then don't be cowardly. By the way, I can offer the bet. It is famous for being big. Gamora walked away, saying that I don't know this group of people. Xingqiu retched and said dissatisfied. Then what if you lose? What do you want to eat? Deal. Thor patted his chest and promised. This time, Rocket was surprised, so reckless. Thor smiled slightly. Using the skill on the target rocket, brain damage. Success. Pippi Bear 423, let's go. Rocket, hey. Star-Lord. Ha, Drax's burst of laughter recalled, and he booed loudly. Quill, come on, it's time to prove that you're a man. Xingjue's eyeballs are all rounded. This. Boom. The sudden roar saved Star-Lord. Look, someone is following us from the jumping point. Xingjue seized the opportunity to change the subject. It looks like he is the one who destroyed more than 50 fighter planes with one move. Everyone in the Silver Guardian reacted quickly took out their weapons, and then hid behind Thor. The capsule-shaped spaceship landed on the ground. The hatch opened, and a middle-aged Oj, man with a kind face and a girl with 2 tentacles on her forehead came out. Star-Lord's biological father, Ego, and his maid, Pet, Mantis. Maybe it was because the other party seemed harmless. Xingjue and others walked out. Ego looked at Xingjue with complicated eyes for a while, and finally said, "After so many years, I finally found you." Xingjue murmured, "Who are you?" Ego smiled slightly. "I think my vicissitudes of life and handsome appearance are enough to prove it. I'm Egg, and I'm your father." Xingjue froze for a moment, then suddenly said angrily, "I'm still your grandfather." Ego. Thor. Thor held back his laughter and said in a low voice, "Xingjue, I think he's indeed your father. You can see that he and you are almost carved out of the same mold." The second half of the sentence did not say, "Still the same narcissism." Unexpectedly, this sentence stimulated Xingjue instead. "Fart. I am a pure earthling from the earth. If he is my father, I will broadcast live." Thor's face turned red immediately, and he held back his smile. "Xingjue, is it really okay for you to eat and drink like this?" Hey, Quill, you already owe a meal. Can you finish your meal before you say such things?" The Rockets are now sober. Although they are dissatisfied with the nickname of Pippy Bear, he is happier to see Xingjue deflated. Egg still had a look of compassion, but Thor was keenly aware that there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes, and the Mantis woman was visibly embarrassed. "No way, is it really small? Have you seen a ghost after so many years of self-cultivation? I can't let Egg go berserk." Thor quickly pulled Star-Lord. "Quill, I think there is something you need to think about. If you are really just an ordinary Earthling, why did Yondu take you away on purpose?" Xingjue looked at him in surprise and kept thinking about it in his mind. He also seemed to have reminded Ego. He nodded immediately and said, "After your mother passed away, I hired Yondu to go to the Earth to find you and bring you to me. But he didn't hand you over to me, but gave you stayed, and I don't know why." With a sad face and sincere words. Everyone except Thor was impressed by him. Xingjue's face also began to change. "I'll tell you why, because back then, I was a skinny little boy who could sneak into places adults couldn't and steal things easier. He was the most *** hole the universe ever had. Wow, I thought Yondu was your real father. You two look exactly alike." Drax exclaimed. "Oh, he is blue. How could he be my blood relative? He is not my father at all. He just taught me harshly, beat me, and threatened to eat me." Thor remained silent. The authorities are obsessed just to steal things because they went to the Earth to kidnap a child. Yondu is not out of his mind. He saw Egg's uneasiness and kindness, and was moved by compassion before leaving Star-Lord, and he was expelled by the Predators for this reason. "I live in a remote place. How about going back with me?" "Definitely. Your friends are also welcome, including this monkey with a triangular head. There, I can explain your special life experience to you. Finally, I could be the father I always wanted to be." In fact, what he meant was, finally there is a descendant who is qualified to live and be my son. Rocket bared his teeth, but for Star-Lord's sake, he didn't speak. Egg saw that they were going to discuss something, so he ran away decisively. "When I was young, I always watched other children play with their fathers. I envied them, but I didn't. I really wanted my father to play with me. This was my biggest wish at that time." The silent Star-Lord spoke. It was obvious what he meant and wanted to go. What if it's a trap? Gamora poured cold water on it. But Star-Lord can definitely think of this. After all, there are many people in the galaxy who want to mess with him, such as Yondu, Sovereign, and even a lot of various races who have been soaked number 7. With his strength, if he wants to harm me, there is no need to play tricks at all, right? Yes, I am not his opponent. If he is determined to be against you, I can't stop him," Thor said at the right time. "Did you hear that?" Xingjue raised his eyebrows. Gamora and the others suddenly had nothing to say. As a result of the final discussion, Star-Lord, Gamora, and Drax followed Egu to his planet, while Rocket and Baby Groot stayed to repair the spaceship. Thor was left with other things. Egg is naturally very happy to see this scene. His goal is actually only Star-Lord. As for Thor, it would be best not to get in his way. He definitely knows that this is a hard stubble, and if he hits a small one, it may come back to the old one. Although Odin doesn't have much time, as long as he is still in this world, deterrence is real. Even Egg doesn't want to be messed with by Odin. Watching Shiyue and the others disappear into the sky in Igo's spaceship, the Rocket went back to repair the spaceship, while Thor walked to an open space in the distance and opened the system panel. Hey, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Nickname Storm. Reward. Random Mount Lottery ticket. Are you sure to use it? Okay to use. Suddenly, a panel that no one else could see appeared in front of Thor, and countless pictures flashed by, which were various mounts from the heavens and myriad worlds, some from the world of low martial arts, some from the world of high martial arts, and some from the world of immortals. Fantasy. Sweaty BMW, White Dragon Horse, Koenyo, Diao Chan, Magic Carpet, Golden Winged Rock. It seems that something strange has been mixed in. Well, don't worry about the details. The pointer rotates rapidly and then stops slowly. Drip. Congratulations to the host for getting the mount from the plane Magic World, Princess Black Dragon, and getting the item, Onyxia's Reigns. Onyxia's Reigns. The only item that can be used to summon or retrieve the Mount Black Dragon Princess, and at the same time force her to obey the host's orders. Black Dragon Princess, Onyxia. Powerful guardian dragon, the Earth Asgardian Eltharion, also known as the daughter of Deathwing, is also the sister of the scheming Black Stone King Chinfarli. 0. Seeking Flowers. As the Black Dragon Princess, she perfectly embodies the cunning of the Black Dragon clan, lurking in Stormwind City under the false identity of a human noble, corrupting the nobles of the Stormwind Kingdom. After being exposed by Marshal Reginald Thor, he became a wanted criminal in the world of Azeroth and was killed by adventurers. The head was hung in Stormwind City. The worst thing is that this is not the end yet. She was resurrected twice and entered the dungeon 3 times. It's so miserable. Vision only said it twice in the previous life. 0. Moreover, this guy is full of treasures. The dragon head can be handed in the head of Onyxia. The dragon skin can be made into a cloak of Onyxia scales. The dragon's breath can be cast into the sword Quell Sela, and the tendon can also be handed in as an adult. The sinews of the Black Dragon dropped various professional weapons, various professional armors, the Onyxia leather bag from the backpack, and the reins of the Onyxia dragon mount. It was as tragic as a burdened and elf prince with 2 mounts. Thor couldn't help curling his lips and mourn for a second. Roar! In the open space ahead, a tens of meters long black dragon appeared out of thin air. What happened? Am I heading to Stormwind? Huge amounts of the dragon turned its head and looked at Thor with a hint of doubt and distress on the dragon's face. Now she looks like a lost child. Sir, can you tell me where this is? While speaking, he quietly took a deep breath. In the next instant, huge amounts of pillars of fire spewed out from her mouth, straight towards Thor. Individual. Rao knew that the black dragon was cunning, but Thor still almost caught fire. Who would have thought that the black dragon, summoned by the system, would think of killing the master immediately? One dodged to avoid the flames, and a dragon tail more than 10 meters long swept towards him in front of him. Boom! In Onyxia's staring dragon eyes, she was horrified to find that her dragon tail, which was enough to level a hill, was caught with her bare hands. After struggling for a while but not getting away, she couldn't help begging for mercy. Master, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. You are a real strong man, and you are qualified to be my master. 043 had humble words if it wasn't for the system panel displaying. Onyxia, loyalty, 0. Maybe he really believed it. Seeing that Thor didn't let go, Onyxia rolled her eyes, opened her mouth wide, and let out a roar that shook the sky. Roar! In the woods in the distance, Yondu and his team approached in shock, trying to attack Rocket and others. Roar! The sound of dragon chant came from a distance, mixed with mental attacks. In an instant, Everyone seemed to have heard the most terrifying sound and trembled, and some timid ones even peed their pants in fright. Damn it, where did the dragon come from? Yondu was the first to wake up and quickly ran to the direction of the roar and immediately saw huge amounts of black dragon. Immediately seeing Thor, his pupils shrank. Come on, Sovereign's bounty is really not easy to accept. He hurried back to greet his men and ran away. When gods fight, don't get involved. Roar of Fear, one of the black dragon's signature skills. Most people will lose control of their bodies when facing this move. Unfortunately, for a god like Thor, this little female dragon is still too tender. Don't cry if you don't see the coffin. Thor grabbed her by the tail, swung her up with all his strength, and fell to the ground head first, eating the dirt all over her face. I'm going to kill you. Onyxia finally became angry. She struggled desperately, but she couldn't break free. Turning around, he seized an opportunity and bit Thor hard. No matter how strong you are, you don't believe that Katja can still jump here after biting in half. Bang! As if she had bitten a steel plate. Onyxia felt her chest go numb, and her teeth were almost broken. Damn, this guy is definitely not human. Onyxia shouted in her heart. The pressure Thor put on her was no less than her father. Okay, I won't accompany you anymore. As Thor said, he pushed her down to the ground with all his strength, and then made a move with his right hand, and Stormbreaker appeared in his hand, pressing against Onyxia's neck. Two options. One, become my mount and put this on. He took out the rein with one hand. Two, I'll make you a specimen. The moment Onyxia was pressed against by the tomahawk, the dragon scales all over Onyxia couldn't help but stand up like a cat that keeps blowing fur. No. I'll choose the first one. The black dragon sister is about to pee in fright. The dragons are more sensitive to the perception of danger than ordinary people. She immediately judged that her hard body strength was no different from that of paper when facing Stormbreaker. In order to show his loyalty, he quickly took the initiative to put on the reins. Cunning is cunning. You should be cowardly when you should be cowardly. Loyalty, 59. Thor in. Forget it. Put on the reins. Even if there is rebellion, there will be no troubles. Just train it well. He nodded. Okay, now you're my mount. Well, can you change into human form? Although Dragon is more popular than Hellas Big Wolf Dog, he can't always be dragged and run like a dog when he is not fighting. Right? Princess Black Dragon nodded. Her huge body quickly shrank and turned into a beautiful woman with black hair. She saluted gracefully. Countess Katrana Prester, greetings to you. This is the identity she arranged for herself before she was summoned here, but it is a pity that she can no longer use it. Although the personality is a bit bad, the appearance of the female dragon in human form is indeed very high at 5.5. Thor nodded with satisfaction. Thor Odinson, son of Odin, lord of the 9 realms, god of thunder, heir to the throne of Asgard, and also your master. Onyxia's eyes lit up. It seems that it is not an ordinary human being, but another powerful race that looks similar, and its status is also very noble, relatively speaking. It is not too embarrassing for me. Thor was puzzled to see that in the system panel, the loyalty of the Black Dragon Princess had risen a bit to 60, which was just a pass. On Earth, in a dilapidated factory, several people in camouflage uniforms are counting the harvest. Not bad. Another big harvest. It's a bunch of idiots who display this treasure as a farm tool. It's more than enough for a museum to buy them. A fat man picked up a hoe-like utensil and struck it with a special instrument. Immediately, the stones on the surface fell off, revealing the luster of metal. The most precious metal on Earth, vibranium. The fat man, Ulysses Crow, is wanted by Wakanda for stealing vibranium. Ultron's vibranium was obtained from him. It's a pity the United States is in a mess now. Otherwise, this thing can sell at least this amount. He gestured. A young black man with pigtails suddenly said, I think Wakanda 07 will be more interested in this thing. Hey, are you crazy? The fat man glared at him. Are we wanted by Wakanda for throwing ourselves into a trap? No, not us. Only you are wanted. The black youth sneered. Little brat, what do you mean? The fat man turned his head so viciously that he saw a black hole in the muzzle. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of gunfire, the black youth pointed his gun at Ulysses Crow, who had collapsed on the ground and could not move. Eric, it's useless for you to hand me over. The isolation and exclusion of that country is unimaginable. They won't let an outsider in. Ulysses Crow made a final effort. Yes, Eric said blankly, but I'm not an outsider. He pulled his lower lip with his hands, revealing a tinge of purple. Ulysses suddenly realized, and he smiled wryly. So it's like this, I always thought you're just a crazy guy from the United States. Boom! Black Dragon Princess, loyalty, 70. 1 night of hard work, in exchange for 10 points of loyalty. Looking at the blushing Black Dragon Princess beside him, Thor secretly said in his heart, I did this for loyalty. Master, do you have any orders? Onyxia asked cautiously. Don't call me master, call me your highness. I will arrange an identity for you. Countess of Asgard, Katrana Prester. Yes, your highness. Thor looked at the white sky and said to himself, it's time. Go and see the rockets. Walking to the side of the spaceship, Thor was stunned when he saw a rocket with a pensive expression on his face. Pippy Bear, what's wrong with you? Rocket glanced at him and complained, I found that you are better than Quill, and every time you appear, you are followed by different beauties. Stared at Onyxia suspiciously for a few seconds, then widened her eyes. F***K. She's not alone. She's not alone. Animal instinct makes the little raccoon's fur stand on end. What's wrong with you? Thor is confused. What's wrong? Princess Black Dragon answered his doubts at the right time. Most animals will respond to higher beings on the food chain. Dragons are at the top of the food chain. Thor understood and stopped dwelling on this topic, but asked Rocket, what were you thinking just now? Isn't the spaceship already repaired? Rocket withdrew his thoughts, ran over, and said in a low voice, don't you feel something is wrong? Ow! Quell's biological father. Don't you think it's a little strange? Why did you leave him alone after giving birth to him and didn't go to him until his mother passed away? Besides, I don't think Yondu should be that bad. It can be seen that he is still good to Quill. He has not given Quill to his biological father for a long time. There should be no secrets, right? Although it is a raccoon, Rocket is very smart and has found many doubts. It didn't stop it at 513 because it knew it couldn't stop Xingjue. Even if it said it doubted Xingjue, it wouldn't believe it. Thor nodded. You're right. At least, I didn't see the slightest feeling for Quill in his eyes. He was looking at something. What? Rocket's ears pricked up instantly. Isn't Star-Lord very dangerous? Oh, damn it. How can there be such a father? It kicked the grass under its feet angrily. What's so strange? The silent Black Dragon Princess said, with a sneer on her face. My father is like this. He treats me like a tool, and my life and death are at most equivalent to a few servants to him. People. Thor received. Every family has its own hard-to-recite scriptures. Nebula, Gamora, and Thanos are equally irreconcilable. My father also sealed my sister, although he has regretted a bit now. Accidentally reversed the title of the chapter. Yes, it is like that. Oh, it's too bad Quill still owes 2 meals. I'm going to save Quill and laugh at him about it. But you don't know where he is now. Egg once hired Yondu to wait for Quill. Yondu must know his position. At this time, Yondu fell into a crisis. For his repeated protection of Xingjue, his subordinates finally became more and more dissatisfied. I'll tell you why I don't let you do it. Because I saw the man who killed Ronan. Faced with the doubts of his subordinates, Yondu roared loudly, and the embroidery needle in his sleeve flew out and spun around. The jumping subordinates suddenly became submissive. In a fight, none of them are Yondu's opponents. Seeing them bow their heads, Yondu nodded in satisfaction. He didn't notice the different looks of those people. That night, he was stabbed in the back, and the fins on his head were knocked off immediately, making him unable to control the embroidery needles. Those few loyal subordinates were liquidated one by one and thrown into space. Ha, damn it. Late at night, the rebels celebrated their success and got drunk. A small soldier quietly brought Yondu's fin to the place where Yondu was held. I'm sorry, boss. I don't want to rebel. But they killed all my friends. Yondu put on the fins sadly, looking at him with complicated eyes. This is probably the last person who is loyal to me, right? I never thought that after working so hard for so many years, I would end up like this. It's okay. The boss will take you. Kill it. Yondu patted the little soldier's shoulder. A cold smile appeared on his blue face. Clang! The spaceship trembled suddenly. What happened? Yondu asked in surprise. A golden circle suddenly appeared beside him, and the rocket came out and said, "If you have any questions, I suggest you ask them later. This spaceship is about to explode now." Dragon. Black Dragon. On the spaceship, exclamations kept ringing. The leader of the rebels, the guy who called himself Electric Shockface, looked at the huge creature tens of meters outside the spaceship in shock. Onyxia took a deep breath. A huge pillar of fire sprayed on the spaceship, and suddenly a large area exploded. Princess Black Dragon became complacent. Such a big spaceship, just rub it round and flat in front of me. It's useless. Thor took a blow. Look at me. Pick up the Stormbreaker and rush towards the direction of the spaceship. A few seconds later, the flames of a huge explosion enveloped the entire spaceship. See? It's like paper. Back on Onyxia's back, Thor mocked. Black Dragon Princess Loyalty +1. You actually destroyed my spaceship. On Milano's spaceship, Yondu complained to Thor helplessly. Okay, that is no longer your spaceship. You have been overthrown, and you are no longer the captain. The rockets gave a wave of blows very viciously. Yeah. Yondu lowered his head dejectedly, lost in memory. I was a slave to the Kree for 20 years, and it was Starka who rescued me and took me into the Marauders. He said as long as I obeyed the code, it was my home. But I violated the code, and then they exiled me, and I deserved it. Wait, what you mean by violating the rules? Do you mean helping Quill's father find a child? Rocket interrupted him. How do you know? Yondu was surprised. He found his father yesterday and took his wife to meet the parents. Damn it. Absolutely don't hand him over to ego. Yondu was shocked. Although I don't know why he's looking for Quill, it's definitely not a good thing. So we have to go and kill him. Yes, save him. I'm going to laugh at him for the rest of my life with this. Yondu stares at him for a few seconds, then bursts into laughter. No, you're forcibly lying. You pretend to be the worst and cruelest person, but in fact you are the most cowardly person. You push away everyone who is willing to put up with you, because even a little love will remind you how deep the emptiness is in your heart. You don't want to accept friends because you're afraid of losing them. I understand you because... Yondu looked down at the stunned rocket and said in a low voice, I'm as occupied as you are. He put his hand on the operating screen and said in a low voice, Igo's strength is unfathomable, and we probably won't be able to come back. I haven't done anything good in my life, so let's do my best to Quill this time. Come to a responsibility as a father. On Egg's planet, Mantis pushed Drax up. Drax, wake up, we need to talk. Drax opened his eyes sleepily. Nana said, Sorry, I don't like you. You are so ugly. Ow. As he was talking, he suddenly tilted his head and vomited. What's wrong with you? Ouch. I'm fantasizing. I'm having S*X with you. That's disgusting. The Mantis girl said anxiously. What I want to say is not this. I'm here to tell you that Egg got everything he wanted, and you are in danger now. I'm sorry. I should have told you earlier. At this time, Gamora was in a cave, dumbfounded looking at the pile of bones. Broken. You have to adjust your attitude towards life still. At the same time, Ego was brainwashing Xingju as 000. Everything around us is temporary, including that girl. Only we are eternal. Oh, maybe that Asgard man from yesterday can live a long time, but that doesn't matter. He talked eloquently. Many years ago, I was committed to finding the existence of life. But what I didn't tell you is that when I finally found it, I found that life is so disappointment. At that time, I understood. Looking for life doesn't mean I want to take it along. I found the goal. Eternity, it is now your goal. Countless pictures flashed around, and EG's voice was full of enthusiasm. For thousands of years, I have left my seeds on countless planets. They will grow and cover until the entire universe is destroyed. Become me. He showed a distressed look. However, there is a problem. The energy of God is not enough to do all this. I need a helper. So, I mate with different species and try to give birth to a new god. Some hot-eyed pictures appeared. I have to say, Ego really has a strong taste, and any race can be eaten. Xingjue cannons all over the galaxy, probably also his inheritance. I asked Yandu to bring me my offspring, and I told him he wouldn't hurt them. I didn't break my word, and none of them felt anything. But to my disappointment, none of them inherited my genes. Until you, Quill, only you are the real son of God. Xingjue suddenly felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet and hit his forehead. Although Ego said it lightly, he still heard the fate of his brothers and sisters. He lowered his head so that Egg could not see his expression and murmured, "What about my mother? Have you ever really loved her?" Ego rarely showed a sad expression. "Definitely. I have returned to Earth 3 times to visit her. I know that if I visit her for the 4th time, I will never go again. My dream, it will be over." Akf. Xingjue had an ominous premonition. So, I put the tumor into her brain. It makes me very sad, but it's all necessary. Egg said something horrifying in a tone of expression. What? Xingjue suddenly felt like a bolt from the blue. He never imagined that his mother's death was actually because of his father, this man who kept saying that he loved her. Although I, Quill, am a scumbag, I am not such a scumbag. You kill my mother. Star-Lord roared angrily. Once the disguise mask was torn off, Egg's face turned ferocious, and he roared loudly. "Is this your reward for me?" A huge amount of tentacles broke through the ground and protruded from the ground, stabbing toward Xingjue. "I originally wanted to fulfill my dream with you, but now, at least in 1,000 years, you should make me a battery." Huge amounts of tentacles struck. Star-Lord was pierced before he had time to dodge. The light of divine power guided into the ground along the tentacles, and the energy on Ego's body suddenly surged. With a sound of click, a battle axe that appeared from the sky cut off the tentacles, and beams of 7-colored light fell from the sky, destroying EG's palace in an instant, covering his whole body. In Bifrost, Thor's voice came, "I'm not late, am I?" Gamora and Drax came together and helped the fallen Star-Lord. The rocket's spaceship landed on the ruins, and Gamora helped Star-Lord onto the spaceship. This is just one of his duplications. He will be back soon. The Mantis Girl showed a worried expression. Several tentacles protruded from the ground and entangled the spaceship. A disgusting humanoid figure appeared in front of the ship, snarling at them. That's my biological father." Xingjue shouted in a broken voice. "Or do we kill a god? Nonsense, definitely hugging another god's thigh. In fact, Thor can't handle it alone. The power gem can indeed destroy the planet, and the continuous output of Egg's Bifrost can also do it. The premise is that ordinary planets will not take the initiative to resist, and the power inside the star core will be detonated instead. And people like Ivgu obviously don't meet this point. In the space, a large number of sovereigns' spaceships appeared, and they followed Xingjue and others. Hell, there are too many flies in this group. I haven't fixed the weapon system yet. The spaceship that has just recovered its basic functions is almost impossible to fight back against this group of unmanned fighters. On the ground, countless tentacles stretched out and entangled towards the spaceship. Come together. Such a powerful opponent is not easy to find, just to test one's own strength. Thor roared. His whole body was surrounded by purple electric light, and his pupils were covered by a layer of purple. On the battle armor, countless electric lights scattered, and the places they passed were scorched black. The whole person jumped up high, and the originally dark night sky was suddenly illuminated by thunder, just like daytime, and the dark thunderclouds formed a vortex, exuding an aura of destroying heaven and earth. With howling winds, it slashed down heavily, and the entire sky was suppressed. A series of purple thunderbolts fell from the sky, covering hundreds of miles in a lightning storm. Boom! The Sovereign fighter plane was the first to be unable to bear it, and it was constantly blown up in the thunderstorm. In the control room of Planet Sovereign, the High Priest's face was livid. This is not the first time I've seen all the screens go black for a moment. Thor's big move not only destroyed all Sovereign fighters, but also turned all energy tentacles in sight into powder. "Let's go," Yondu yelled. "No, he wants to destroy the universe we are in. We have to kill him. We have to go to the core of the planet in the depths of the earth and destroy it to truly destroy Ego." Star-Lord saw another attack on the ground, shouted loudly. "Good idea. This is the second time we have saved the Milky Way." The rocket said excitedly, turned the spaceship around, and flew towards the interior of the planet along the huge scene created by Thor. "No, it wasn't us who killed Ronan last time." Drax was honest enough to throw cold water on him. "Man of Asgard, you cannot kill me." Ege's transfigured huge figure appeared in midair, waving his arms in a show of force. "Stupid. With Zhang's virtues, you still have the nerve to call yourself a god?" Thor spat and called, "Onyxia." A huge amount of black dragon appeared in the night sky, took a deep breath, and sent a flame to the ground. Ege's figure was shattered again. Thor wasn't in a hurry either. Egg's attack methods were really incomprehensible to ordinary people, but that was the case for him. Although hard power is strong, Ego has a big disadvantage. One of them is that the attack limit is not enough. For ordinary opponents, no matter how many there are, they are just numbers to him, and they could destroy an army in an instant. But when encountering a strong enough enemy, all the attack methods will be ineffective. In fact, Thor also existed before this defect, so he failed to take advantage of Nadawi, but failed to give Thanos a further blow. 0. Seeking flowers. Definitely now, the only disadvantage has been made up by Stormbreaker. Not good. Ege's face suddenly changed. He felt a sense of crisis, as if something had entered his body, which could endanger his life at any time. With a loud roar, the tentacles on the ground instantly faded away, and his consciousness quickly rushed to the ground. This is another disadvantage of him. Although the consciousness generated by the planet has an astonishingly high energy limit, the core of the body cannot move. Once discovered, it is a living target, and the dignified Celestials will lose to civilian heroes like the Guardians of Galaxy in the original book. 0. Onyxia returned to her human form and followed Thor down the ground, striking at Ego's core. Ege's body is spread all over the entire planet, and the underground of the planet is a huge space like an underground city. The flying sand and rocks came overwhelmingly, almost impenetrable, but when it hit Thor and the Black Dragon Princess, it was not even a tickle. Change the terrain to create a maze? It's useless. Holding a Stormbreaker, gods block and kill gods and Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. No matter what obstacles along the way, they can be split with an axe, and there is no need to detour at all. Let him force him to be strong. I bulldozer. Egg didn't have time to talk to Thor now. In the depths of the planet, Ege's body recondensed here. Theoretically, the main body is still there, and he can be reborn infinitely. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a scene that was about to tear apart. Stop. See that metal ball? That's Egg's brain. Just blow it up. Queel, you just said it was from the heart. Don't worry about such details. Just blow it up and that's it. Good idea. I have restarted the weapon system, and it will start right away. Hold on tight. The rocket greeted, pressed the button, and amidst his shouts, a hot laser at the front of the spaceship shot at the metal core. The hard shell is constantly melted under laser irradiation. Yes, that's it. If he penetrates to the core, he will die. Xingjue whispered. 030-inch no stop. Ege's roar sounded, and an energy tentacle flew towards him, penetrating the spaceship in an instant. The spaceship flamed out instantly and fell to the ground. Inhu and the others climbed off the spaceship. The ground was gradually covered by rays of divine power, and a huge amount of human face in front of them slowly condensed into substance, and the terrifying coercion almost flattened them. Didn't you say you can put him to sleep? Drax turned to the Mantis girl. The Mantis woman shook her head in fear. No, she is too powerful, and I can only do it when he wants to sleep. In the current state, I can't do it. No, you don't have to believe in yourself. Drax shouted, because I believe in you. Seeing that the overwhelming energy was about to rush in, the Mantis girl gritted her teeth. The tentacles on her forehead lit up. She pressed one hand on the place where a stream of energy flowed on the ground and shouted, sleep. The terrifying energy disappeared instantly, as if everything had stopped. The Mantis woman staggered and said in a low voice, I can't control it for too long. You need to act faster. However, our weapons have failed. What should we do now? I have a solution. The rocket took out a control panel brought down from the spaceship at some point and connected it to an explosive package. I brought a small detonator. There's a crack in the protective shell. We just need to send the explosive package inside and detonate it. If it succeeds, it will cause a chain reaction in his entire nervous system, and the whole planet will explode. But those holes are too small for us to get in, Yondu said unless. He looked at Baby Groot. Oh, that sucks. That's about all we have left, though. Rocket complained, took Groot with a confused face, and ran in the direction of the metal core. Groot, take care of these two buttons. This one will explode immediately. Once you press it, we'll all be killed. So, you have to press the one next to it for a while, delay the explosion, and then run out immediately, understand? Rocket taught Groot. I'm Groot. Baby Groot looked at him ignorantly, stretched out his finger to point to the explosion button, and looked at the rocket in doubt. Oh, no. This is an instant explosion. Did I not make it clear? You need to press this. I'm Groot. Baby Groot nodded, seeming to understand. Okay, let's demonstrate again. Which one should I press later? Groot's little finger points to the blast button. Beside the spaceship, Star-Lord turned his head, glanced at Yondu, and then at the sleeping ego. Yondu sighed and said in a low voice, Queel, do you really think that I keep you because you are thin and small and you can steal things that others can't? Xingjue shook his head. But that's what you said back then. Yondu smiled bitterly. When I realize what happened to the other children, I definitely can't hand you over. But you still said you were going to eat me. Haha, Yondu laughed. I was just joking. How can a normal person think about eating people all day long? I didn't think it was a joke. Besides, there are not many normal people in your staff. Yondu was stunned for a moment and said with a complex expression, yeah. So they launched a rebellion, and then they were cleaned up by that Asgard. Now, except for a horse boy, I'm already a bear commander. Xingjue was also stunned, and he smiled wryly. My father, he wants to train me to be a 4.4 person like him and destroy the entire universe with him. For this, he killed my mother. Speaking of this, Xingjue felt a sense of hostility in his heart. He rushed to Yago angrily and roared viciously. Be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. It's you killed my mother. Wait, Quill, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Yondu and Gamora sensed something was wrong and ran up to stop him, but it was too late. This punch is for my mother. Xingjue said after gritting his teeth and slammed his fist hard on EGE's big face.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.